appreciate all that is vacant. It's just for the taking. If you make up your mind, you can take it. I'm never complacent. I would work in a mansion or basement, yeah. There's no replacement for persistence, it's a patience, yeah. In this life, I wanna be soaring, to feel sun inside when it's pouring, and I'll fight till anxiety is foreign. I'm so sick of my mind's extortion. My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Searching for greatness in a sea of the dying and shameless, a sea of the aimless. I don't wanna be one of the nameless. I'ma wake up with the mindset that one day I'm gonna make it, and I don't think I'll be fine if I don't break my limitations. Don't try to stop me, I exist to write my own story. I'll make a decision if I want some peace or if I want the glory. Yeah, don't want a life that is complacent or possibly boring. I just want a life that is worth every day exploring. My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, This is a statement to appreciate all that is vacant. It's just for the taking. If you make up your mind, you can take it. I'm never complacent. I would work in a mansion or basement, yeah. There's no replacement for persistence, it's a patience, yeah. In this life, I wanna be soaring, to feel sun inside when it's pouring, and I'll fight till anxiety is foreign. I'm so sick of my mind's extortion. My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, yeah, Searching for greatness in a sea of the dying and shameless, a sea of the aimless. I don't wanna be one of the nameless. I'ma wake up with the mindset that one day I'm gonna make it, and I don't think I'll be fine if I don't break my limitations. Don't try to stop me, I exist to write my own story. I'll make a decision if I want some peace or if I want the glory, yeah. Don't want a life that is complacent or possibly boring, just want a life that is worth every day exploring,
My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. 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 Yeah, I just wanna be great.
This is a statement to appreciate all that is vacant. It's just for the taking. If you make up your mind, you can take it. I'm never complacent. I would work in a mansion or basement, yeah. There's no replacement for persistence. It's a patience, yeah. In this life, I wanna be soaring, to feel sun inside when it's pouring, and I'll fight till anxiety is foreign. I'm so sick of my mind's extortion.
My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. 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 Yeah, I just wanna be great.
Searching for greatness in a sea of the dying and shameless, a sea of the aimless. I don't wanna be one of the nameless. I'ma wake up with the mindset that one day I'm gonna make it, and I don't think I'll be fine if I don't break my limits.
Life's a ride, so let's make it count. Cherish every moment, that's what it's about. Tune in, together we're building our groove. Every beat, every laugh, we're ready to move. A little laughter, some love, we're soaring high. Every single episode reaching for the sky. News on the airwaves, spreading good vibes. Friends together, watch how our spirits rise. Kick back, unwind, leave the troubles behind. This podcast is gold, the treasure you'll find. With every word, we'll light up your day. Join the conversation, let's laugh all the way. A little laughter, some love, we're soaring high. Every single episode reaching for the sky. News on the airwaves, spreading good vibes. Friends together, watch how our spirits rise. Kick back, unwind, leave your troubles behind. This podcast is gold, a treasure you find.
What up? Good morning, everybody. Good to see you today. Thank you for joining us here at the cafe. We're open for business. Come on in, grab a seat, get a cup of Joe or, you know, whatever it is, and let's do this thing. Holy hell in a handbag. Why does it look like I'm wearing makeup? What the hell is going on? Did something happen back here? Hold on, y'all. Good Lord have mercy. That's worse. What the hell happened to me? I'm not wearing makeup, folks. I promise you. I promise you. Hold on. Something ain't right. There we go. That's better. Jesus, that was weird. Must have bumped that or something earlier. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. Get comfortable. Let's do this thing. Good afternoon. We're having the morning show in the afternoon, guys. I got wrapped up with some things. I was planning on being here earlier, but I got stuck watching Miss Lana. And then I was talking to one of my mods about some stuff. So here we are. We're a little late, but we're still doing it. It is what it is. Thank you for joining me. Come on and hit that like button, guys. Please share this out. Let everybody know what we're doing. We got plenty of stuff to go over today. Different things happening out in the world, different cases, so on and so forth, to give updates and some new stuff too. So there's a couple wild ones out there. That way we can keep everybody caught up. We can stay caught up on all the other stuff going on besides the Idaho 4 case too. Just saying. Grab a seat, get comfortable, and let's do this thing. I don't know if Mama Bear is going to join me today or not. I'd like to see that, but I don't know. She might be busy. Who knows? She's got the link, so we'll see what happens. Please, please, please hit that button, guys. Share it out, and let's do this. Eddie's in the house today. Beach Babe, welcome back to you. Miss Cat K, good to see you. Michael Green, Chili Chicken is in the house. Miss Trish Crow, always happy to see you. Thank you so much for joining us today. Much appreciated. Rissa Roberts, welcome back. Brandy B, ROG's in the house. Good to see you today. Esperanza, hello and welcome. Good to see you. Let's see. Carolyn Bristage, welcome to you. Great to have you here. Commerce Police in the house, guys. You know what that means. Busy Cake, fizzing around. Good to see you today. Well, good morning, afternoon, Robert. Good to see you. And, of course, Dagburn, Johnny Gobbles, Dead Flusy Mama's in the house. Welcome back. Stitches in the house. Welcome back to you. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. Looks like there's 23 peeps in the house. Please and thank you. Come on in, if you will. Let me see. Oh, boy. We got one moderator in here. Okay. Well, good luck, Miss Brandy. If you need help, you let me know. I don't think you will, but let me know. All right. Okay. Let's see. Woman doing false memories. Yeah, I don't know about Lana's guest. No disrespect intended. I have some questions. I'll just put it that way. It definitely seems like he knows the case, but I think he knows the case based on what MSM has put out. That's my thought. That's all I'm saying. So, watch respect to her. Yeah, I love Lana to death, and I will support her through it, whatever. But, she can't control what her guest feels, and that's understood. Yeah, the blood stuff was very interesting. I agree with that. I was definitely interested in that. I don't know. Some of the things he said, I was a little put off by, not mad. It just seemed like he only got his information because of what MSM put out. And that seems to be a lot of the problem. So just saying, I didn't think he would be that, I guess we could say, biased, for lack of better terms. That was, kind of something I was a little bit taken aback by. That's all. Trish, right? Good morning, Eddie. Good to see you, brother. Thank you for being here with us. I appreciate you very much. Mr. Robert with the True Crime Unleashed. Thank you for joining us. Let's see here. Hang on, you guys. Pagan Ways, welcome. Yeah, I feel bad because I feel like Lana is not normally gonna want somebody that would be so biased one way, but you know the other things that he can offer, I respect that. I do. Guys, please make sure if you have not yet, go check out Robert's channel, True Crime Unleashed. The link is in the chat, right there, if you will, please and thank you. I do appreciate you very much, and I'm sure he will as well. Please hit that like button over there, subscribe, and hit that notification bell. Yeah, it's definitely not her fault, Beach Babe, not at all. And I hope nobody blames her for that. That's not, you know, she can't control what people think. Like I said, and I will defend her on that 100%. Thank you, Trish. Appreciate that, guys. Go check out Robert's channel. He's trying real hard to build himself up and get himself up and moving. And you guys know that I support new creators in any way, shape I can, as long as they're here for the right reasons, and he is, in my opinion. So go check it out, subscribe, show some love and support. Hit the notification bell. That way you don't miss anything Robert puts out. He's doing his best. I appreciate and respect that too. There is the link, like I said. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. 33 peeps, 22 likes. We're getting there, slowly but surely. Brandy, like I said, if you need help with anything, you let me know, okay, hon? Just don't leave me by myself. That's all I'm saying. Please. She's pretty tough. She can handle it. Thank you, Beach Babe. I appreciate that, and Trish very much. Oh, is the music still playing in the background? I thought I turned it off. It's off. It's not me. I don't know where it's coming from. 300, welcome. Good to see you. Come on in, guys. A mess. Yes. Like I said, don't blame Lana. She has no control over what people's feelings and thoughts are. There's nothing she can do about that. So don't blame her, please. I'm sure she didn't know that certain things were going to be said and things like that. So there was definitely some interesting parts to that when they were talking about the blood and stuff. I definitely liked that. Lana has a guest 300 on her panel. That works crime scenes, and he's definitely biased in one direction about Brian's guilt, things like that. And I knew it was going to affect certain people. And I don't, like I said, I don't think Lana really expected that side of it to come out. She just wanted the professional side, the blood analysis and all that kind of stuff to be talked about. But there were other questions asked, and he answered, you know, his feelings on it. So it will give some people a little bit of heartburn, I'll say. Yeah. Yeah. That's pretty awesome, Robert. I love it. I love it. Good stuff, buddy. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat, if you will. 35 peeps, 24 likes. We're getting there. I'm sure I'm missing a few people because of that. I thought she'd have been done by now, so my apologies for anybody that did get pulled over here. I don't like to overlap with other creators if I can help it. So my apologies, folks. I waited too. That's why we're a little bit late too, because she was live and I didn't want to overlap, but I thought she was about to be done, and I guess I'm not. Or I guess not, so. There you go, not. There you go. Oh, she okay, Kat, good. Yeah, I don't like to overlap because I know we share a few of us creators share the same communities, and I hate doing that to people because it's not right, especially somebody I support. I feel bad when I do that. So hey, done one, good to see you. Interesting, but a little chaotic. Yeah, it was. It was a bit chaotic. I agree with that one. Like I said, hey, Miss Paula, don't apologize. You're always here, dear. Never worry about being late. Don't blame Lana. Please don't blame Lana. She did a great job, as always. 36 peeps in the house jumping in, people jumping in left and right. I see. Thank you guys. 27 likes. We're getting there. Please make sure to hit that button if you will. We got multiple things to hit on today and to talk about. Some updates, a couple newer cases. There's a wild case we're going to be looking into that involves, and I'm showing it mainly because it's proof as to what's going on today in the world with our kids and our teenagers. Is a 9 teenagers involved in a love triangle murder. What? I mean, we're gonna be looking at that a little bit and some bunch of other stuff. Molly, good golly, oh Molly, good to see you, dear. There's our sister, Marnin. How are you, sis? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Hope you're good. Well, thank you, 300. I appreciate that very much. Washing my car in the rain, changing my new guitar strings. I didn't know you play guitar, Eddie. Oh, he's making a joke. I caught that. Gotcha. Washing my car in the rain, changing my guitar strings, checking the air in my tires, straightening my stereo wires. That's funny, dude. That was good. I caught you. Eddie's been a lot more sarcastic lately than normal, and I don't catch it all the time now, which is kind of funny. But that one I did get. Took me a second, but do you really play guitar? Probably not. Yeah, he was definitely. But that's as soon as I said washing my car in the rain, I realized there's sarcasm there. Had a conversation with Sarge this morning. Sarge got some issues with these reports we run over, and some timelines that don't match up to anything. And we talked for a good hour and a half. He's definitely got some issues with that stuff. We'll probably be getting into that later on, possibly. Come on in, you guys. Get comfortable, please. Nope. Okay, I didn't think so. Just a guess. That was funny, though. That was a good one, buddy. I appreciate and respect that. Yeah, as everybody else is over there at Miss Lana, I guess. So, or was. Let's see here. Give me 1 minute. We got 2 mods now. Good stuff. Good stuff. Thank you, Molly, for being here. Make sure you back up Miss Brandy. I'm not saying she'd need it, but what's your favorite kind of music, Eddie? Just a question while we're waiting. And if you don't want to answer, you don't have to. Buddy, I'm just curious, trying to figure out if it's what I think it would be, and if not, I'm curious to see how wrong I am. You like it all? Good man. Good man. That is a true music lover, somebody that will listen to a little bit of everything and enjoy it. Yes, yes, yes. Welcome, Sonny. Thank you for joining us. Good to see you today. I know what your favorite music is too. Yes, we know, Molly. Molly, I'm gonna be doing a music stream. Hell, I might do one tonight. Caden's been pushing for it, so if you guys are into music, you like music, and you're newer here, you're not familiar with it, we do that from time to time. Stop by tonight. It's usually a pretty decent time when we do our music streams. My son usually joins me, so stop in tonight, and hopefully you would enjoy it. If I do it, it's not 100% yet, but I'm feeling like it. I feel like we need it. It's been a minute. For those of you that do follow me and do that, if you think I should do one tonight, throw one in the chat for me. If you think we should do a music stream, please and thank you. Oh wow, 1, 2, 3. That was quick. I got 3 so far. I'm surprised Molly didn't say something. Oh yeah, we do the I do the requests. Yes, I always do. Oh, okay. So I only put 300 ones. Awesome, Marty. Welcome tonight. Today, grateful to have you here, and be careful out there on the road, please. I don't mind Kenny G. Very talented saxophone player. Or he was. I haven't heard anything from him for a while. Let's see here. Awesome, Marty. Enjoy yourself, please. Good God, there's so much clickbait out here. It's not even funny. Unbelievable. Nope. Yes, very, very talented saxophonist. My son likes him too. Caden actually plays the saxophone too. That was his high school marching band instrument. On top of playing the drums, the piano, the harmonica, the guitar. Um, he plays the sax too. He's very good at that as well. Phil has a very talented child as well that plays multiple instruments. We were talking about it. My son can sing too, folks. For those of you that are newer here, if you do, we do that show, you'll hear it. He can sing his ass off. You can ask Molly; she knows. He usually sings a song with and for Molly when she's in here. A couple of them actually. All right, let me see. Just trying to decide which direction I want to start with. No, hold on. Oh, ABBA's pretty awesome. I like ABBA. If you're being real, Eddie, I like ABBA too, truly. Yes, I know. He loves you too, Molly. Truly, truly does. My son married an opera singer. That's awesome, Marty. Absolutely amazing. Yes. Yeah, like, let me see. I guess I'm going to start here. I got a couple. Give me a minute here. Yeah, so did I, Beach Babe. I thought I was going to be a rock star. I played in too many bands, and if it doesn't happen when you're young, it's not going to happen. I gave it up. I just play for fun now. I don't try anything more. I love my music, that's for sure. Never too old to be a groupie, Marty. Never too old. As long as you love the music, that's all that matters. I got 48 peeps in here now, guys. Please make sure to hit that like button, and we're about to get kicked off here. Anybody else that jumps in, we'll catch them up. The first thing we're going to get into today is we're going to be looking into the Giovanni Pelletier case, one with the Wake County young man. He's 18 years old, went missing, and they found him in the pond. He was with his cousins, and he texted his mother saying, "Help me." So we have a whole thing we're going to look at on that, to catch up on that and see if it gives us any insight into what is actually going on with that, because that's crazy. Ace of Base is pretty good too. The Sign, and I've actually played some of those songs during my music nights. All that she wants is another baby. Elizabeth Diane, welcome. Good to see you. Love seeing the new faces and names. Make sure, guys, that you have down the bottom of your chat, that $sign, click on that and make sure that you have the ability to receive gifts open so that you can receive gifts if anybody were to gift memberships, because you just never know. Very generous community here. Ace of Base was really talented. They had great rhythms in their beats and stuff. I liked their beats a lot. I still listen to them. All right. So it looks like most everybody was into the whole music thing tonight. Very cool. Let me talk to the boy and see when he gets home how tired he is, and we'll go from there. All right, guys, let's check this out. See what we got going. Again, please make sure to hit the like button, share this out, and let everybody know what we're doing in here today.
Is overwhelmed with grief right now after a vacation to Florida may have ended in just unimaginable tragedy. We're talking about 18-year-old Giovanni Pelletier. Traveled with his mom, Bridget, her fiance, his 4 younger siblings to Englewood, Florida, which, by the way, is on the western side of the state. It's south of Tampa and St. Petersburg. During this trip, Giovanni was supposed to meet up with some of his cousins as part of this effort to reconnect with his dad's side of the family. But things somehow took a turn, and now evidence is suggesting that Giovanni ended up dead in a pond on the side of I-75. Now, I'll tell you, the story's a little complicated because it involves so many different people and places and agencies, but we're going to try to make sense of it for you. So Giovanni and his family are from
Good to see you, Brian.
And he was reported missing in Charlotte County, Florida, and was supposed to be going to see some of his family in Brevard County, which is a few hours away, but his remains, or his apparent remains, were found in Manatee County. So I'm going to lay this whole timeline out for you.
Welcome into the
So in an
line. Good to
interview
see you.
with People magazine, Bridget Pelletier says after her son turned 18 in April, he was interested in getting to know his biological father's side of the family. He lived in Florida up until he was 4, was estranged from his paternal relatives. Bridget, by the way, is of Italian and Puerto Rican descent, while Giovanni's father is African American, and she says that her son wanted to connect with that part of his family tree. So before the trip to Florida, Giovanni apparently joined a group chat with some of his paternal relatives, including 3 cousins. Now you go to August 1st, around 1:30 in the morning. Those cousins reportedly picked up Giovanni from Englewood, reportedly headed for Mims, which is on the other side of the state, several hours away. Why the cousins, who had never met Giovanni, picked him up so late at night, that part still a little unclear. And also, I'll tell you, the age of these cousins is also unknown. But not long after he left, according to Bridget in her interview with People, Giovanni sent some alarming text messages to family members, including one to her that just said, "Mom, help." Now, unfortunately, Bridget was asleep, and she wouldn't see that text or a missed FaceTime call until the next morning. That is when she realized that Giovanni had also sent similar messages to his grandfather and aunt when he couldn't reach his mom. Now, Bridget told People magazine that she also had a missed call from one of the cousins and received a voicemail from Giovanni's paternal grandfather saying there had been some kind of, quote, altercation, and that the cousins had apparently left Giovanni on the side of the road in Bradenton. This is about an hour away from where the family had been vacationing. Now, Bridget says that she used the GPS on Giovanni's cell phone to try to find him, but only found his backpack with his phone inside. She told People, "My son eats, sleeps, showers, breathes his phone," saying he never would have left it behind. Now, according to the Manatee County Sheriff's Office, that backpack was found near State Road 70 and I-75, where the cousins had apparently left him. So how did Giovanni end up outside the car? Well, according to what Bridget told People, the cousin who'd called her overnight later told her that the group smoked marijuana with Giovanni after they picked him up. And the cousin claimed, reportedly, that Giovanni had gotten paranoid and started to panic, eventually cursing at the cousin and threatening him with a knife in a roadside confrontation before running away. However, that information appears a little bit different from what Charlotte County deputies released to the public as they launched their search. According to Charlotte County officials, Giovanni, quote, began acting erratically before exiting the vehicle and walking away near State Road 70. Now, we believe that is information that has come from the cousins, per ABC News. Now, Giovanni's family launched search efforts in multiple counties. They announced a $10,000 reward for information leading to Giovanni's location or the arrest and conviction of anyone responsible for hurting him. That reward was reportedly eventually increased to $25,000. Now, according to multiple social media posts by family members, Giovanni's relatives on his father's side did not help with any searches. We couldn't confirm that, but that seems to be what we're seeing on social media. Brevard County Sheriff Wayne Ivey spoke at a news conference on Friday before Giovanni's body had apparently been found to give an update on how his agency had been involved in this investigation. And he also addressed some misinformation that had been floating around online.
Our agency has been involved. We were reached out for by the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office, asked to go interview the 3 young men that were over in their county that had picked Giovanni up. We sent, when they first called, it was August 1st, and our deputies went out, talked to one of the individuals, conveyed back to Charlotte County what information they had developed. The following day, information started to spread on social media, misinformation, I should say. A lot of it was spread on social media, and Charlotte County asked us to go out and check on a car that had, according to what was being said on social media, had been part of this. The car was at a salvage yard. Our team went out, and the car was not part of this. It had completely no connection to this. In fact, everything that we could tell from looking at the vehicle, it hadn't moved in a substantial amount of time. The brake pads were all rusted. Everything, the car had not moved. So, but as part of our assistance with them, as part of us offering any resources to them we could, We actually sent agents to go interview the three young men. We've not only interviewed them, we've interviewed other members of the family. We've also recovered the actual vehicle that the boys were driving, and that vehicle, the family gave it to us, said, "Take it, do whatever you need to do with it." We did. We took it. We had our crime scene team go through it and reported back to Charlotte County that there was no evidence of any type of wrongdoing that was part of it. So, as you guys have probably seen in some of the stuff going on, some of the news reports, some of his items, a backpack, a school bag, and a telephone were found on the interstate over in Manatee County, I believe it was. But there's nothing to indicate he ever came to Brevard County. In fact, just the opposite from the witness statements that we've had and any evidence that Charlotte County has been able to collect.
According to Sheriff Ivey, the only reason search parties have been organized in Brevard County was because of misinformation about the car, and clarified that if there was any credible information that Giovanni might be in Brevard, his deputies would be out in full force looking for him. Now, after searches that crisscross the state, what are believed to be Giovanni's remains were found over the weekend in a retention pond where he was last seen. According to the Manatee County Sheriff's Office and the medical examiner, the body was so decomposed that further testing would need to be done to confirm it's actually Giovanni, but that they were preliminarily saying it was him. In a statement posted by WTSP, the Sheriff's Office said, according to the ME, no foul play or trauma was found during the autopsy. The cause and manner of death are pending toxicology and further investigation. Detectives believe the body had been in the pond for multiple days before floating to the surface. Prior searches of the area by law enforcement and volunteer search teams did not yield any signs of Giovanni Pelletier. At approximately 3:15 p.m. on August 8th, 2025, a family member was conducting a search when they saw what appeared to be a body partially submerged at the edge of the pond and notified deputies. However, there have been social media posts indicating that the official reporting hasn't been 100% accurate. In a heartbreaking Facebook post, his mom, Bridget, wrote, "The police didn't find my baby. The investigators didn't find my baby. The dogs didn't. The helicopters didn't. Stop spreading lies. You have no idea. We found my baby, and I will never, ever be the same." Bridget has started a GoFundMe page to raise money for search efforts, but updated it with the tragic news of Giovanni's death. It says, "My son was recently found after a desperate search by our family alone, and we are still facing an active investigation into his death. I am living every parent's worst nightmare, trying to find the strength to give him the goodbye he deserves. Any funds raised now will provide crucial support to cover funeral, medical, and legal costs as we struggle to honor his memory through this unimaginable heartbreak." The crowdfunding campaign has raised more than $27,000 so far, and a Change.org petition has also been launched to try to get the FBI involved in Giovanni's case. Part of that petition reads, "This case spans multiple counties, involves suspected gang affiliations, and may include interstate elements, all reasons why the FBI should be involved. Without proper investigation, key evidence may be lost forever, and those responsible may never be held accountable. Allowing misinformation and investigative gaps to stand sets a dangerous precedent for every missing person case in Florida and beyond." All right, so to get some more insight into this investigation, I want to bring on somebody who is actually a part of this, a part of the search. I want to welcome on Billy Lane to the show. He's a private criminal defense investigator, founding member of the We Are the Essentials. It's a group of former law enforcement officers, military service members who use their skills to try to locate missing people. You do great work. Thank you so much for coming on and taking the time. How did you get involved in Giovanni's search?
Thanks for having us. So we have a big social media platform with our local nonprofit in Tampa Bay. And typically what will happen is when a case of this magnitude sort of develops, a lot of our followers will tag us in the social media posts. And through that, we're able to reach out to the family, and through mutual contacts, we typically establish an open line of communication, which we did in this case.
For this case, what kind of what aspects of the search did you help with? Did you get involved with? Was it ground searches, air support, dogs? What aspects of the search?
So we started a conversation Sunday night with the family, and what we try to do is provide ground assistance. We are, ground searchers. So our job is to gather as much facts as possible. We have to start our own investigation because typically law enforcement won't share information with us, which is fine. So we start from ground zero using the family's information that they are able to provide us of the locations, times, dates, and places. And then Monday morning, we were on the ground at.
Sorry, welcome Angel D. Hello, darling. Welcome from down under. Good to see you today. Tomboy Charm popped in. SRBBB. Let's see. I want to make sure I didn't miss anybody. Miss Krista, hello. Let me see here. Annie Rula. Rula. Welcome to you. End of the line. If you didn't hear me, good to see you. Don't Be Hating is in the house. Good to have you here. I'm just trying to catch you guys all up. I didn't want you to think I was ignoring you. I think I got almost everybody. If I didn't, look at that stuff. SRB's been here for 26 months. That's awesome stuff. Over 2 years. And we appreciate her so very much for being part of this community and this crew and keeping me on track, folks. We need to bring Krista into Discord. I think that would be a good idea. That way she could be told and understand some things. If she's interested, of course. If so, let us know. All right, I think I got you. If I didn't catch you, I will catch you. I promise you.
7 a.m. to start a ground search, and we started moving forward from there.
And what did you do after that?
So our ground searches typically were isolated to the road area, which was very near where the family lived at. And this was based on several factors. One of them was text messages that we received, and we did a timeline of the text message. And based on the Help Mom Help text message, he would have been in this area in the vehicle. Based on the other information the mother had provided us, based on the GPS path of travel from the home back to Mims, would have taken the car down that road. So we felt like this is a very important area. Plus, it hadn't been searched based on our information. And this was a 10-mile stretch of River Road from Winchester to I-75 that was very secluded. There was no cameras out here. It was very wooded. There was construction zones out there. There are areas that people could have pulled off to the side of the road and stopped without anybody seeing them. Plus, at 2 o'clock in the morning on this road, they had very little traffic. So our job was to start eliminating, hopefully our job was to try and locate him alive and in good health. But the secondary is to try to eliminate.
Krista, all you have to do, hon, is send an email to momof350@aol.com. Miss Brandy will hook you up and send you a link right back, and you'll be joining us in there.
Areas that he is not in. So we were out there hoping to find him, but in the meantime, we were eliminating areas. We use a mapping program.
It is not, Brian. It is so easy. Once you get in there, it's real easy to do. We'd love to have you in there, Brian.
And it shows every step we take. But what's most importantly, shows every step we don't take. So we're able to close in those areas. So for 5 days, we spent on the ground searching. But in addition to that, we also provided support for the family.
Brandy, if you can put a link in the chat, and anybody that wants to join it, you can do that if it'll help Brian. You're welcome to. If you can do it, Brandy, go ahead and do it that way, hon. Yeah, ours is very easy, Brian, and it's very simple and very easy, actually. It's actually a lot of fun.
Answering questions for the family as former law enforcement officers, why isn't this happening? When will this start happening? And what should we expect? In addition to that, we're also filtering outreach through media sources so we could keep Giovanni's story alive in the news. So that was very time-consuming, to say the least. It was very encompassed. There was a lot of moving parts of this, and the fact that this could be a search that would
it's up on the screen right now,
50 miles from the home. So we had to.
Brian, you would love it. You'd be able to talk to us like this and voice to voice whenever you want to, all day, every day. It's nonstop. It doesn't stop like YouTube does.
Organize and structure our search based on facts that we were being given at the time.
By the way, if you've been following us here at Sidebar, you know how many different stories we produce a day, how many video clips we put out there a day. And just for any of you out there who are interested in maybe creating content of your own, if you put things out there, we search, was there one side of the family that was helping and another side of the family that wasn't helping?
I don't have privy to actually who they were, but I do know that the family is very steadfast in wanting to go out and assist in the search itself. They
Morning,
had
Jennifer.
family friends, extended family friends that came down from North Carolina just to be involved in this search. And you have to understand, one of our missions here is to prevent the family from having to go out and actually do the searches. We had impressed upon them the fact that we did not want them out there. We impressed upon them the fact that this might not end well. And part of what we do is to prevent the family from having a tragic outcome of having to find their own loved one. That's the reason we're there. That's the reason we do what we do. But the family is very strong. They're very steadfast. And based on what we are aware of, it was an extended member of their friends of the family who actually made the discovery.
Yeah, that's what we saw in the reporting too. There has been statements made by people close to the family that there's not only been misinformation that's being spread online in random social media platforms, but also by law enforcement officials. Is there anything you can tell us about that?
I'm not quite sure what they're referring to. And to be honest with you, it's their story to be told. So I tried to let the family speak on behalf of the family. I will tell you that during the course of what we were doing, there was times that we were given information that we don't feel was accurate, maybe because of the scenario or the situation at the time. And I believe that we were also given information, or we're not giving information
Thank you, SRB.
that could have changed the outcome of this, not maybe in a positive manner, but at least in a manner where we would have been able to try to do the recovery without having to involve the family. So there's a lot of moving parts when it comes to a search of this magnitude. There's a lot of emotions involved in these type of searches.
Hang on, Brian. We got to get that
law
set up,
enforcement's
bud.
involved. Sometimes law enforcement loves us, and sometimes they see us as a challenge because we're out there trying to find people. We're trying to make closure in these cases. And honestly, I wish we could work together more with law enforcement because, to be honest with you, our goal is the same. It's to find him and bring him home, either in good health or to be able to have the family to lay him to rest. And that's our only mission that we have out here besides trying to support the family during these trying times.
And now they have found these human remains. What is the next stage of this investigation, and how will you and your organization be a part of it?
To be honest with you, if this is Giovanni, our involvement is over. We don't look for the why and the how. We look for the where. We're more concerned about where he is than what got him there. You know, we're private investigators, sure, but we're private investigators working for the family. We're non-criminal conspiracists. We're just out there trying to figure out where we can search, where he is, and pray that we could potentially get to him before something tragic happens to him. And unfortunately, this was not the case. And I'm not quite sure if we would have been effective in that mission of trying to get to him before a tragic situation occurred. But the secondary phase of what we do is to try and locate him and bring him home. There are a lot of families out there right now.
Hang on, Brian. We have to get Brandy to put it in here. It takes a few minutes.
Dealing with them who do not have the answers of where their loved one is, who are still missing after years. And there comes a time, after a certain period of time of trying to locate somebody, that window closes. And if you're not within that window, your opportunity to bring that person home will slip away from you.
And if this is Giovanni, if it's 100% confirmed, what do you make of the timeline? What do you make of the location of where he potentially was found in relation to the different geographic areas? What should we all be thinking about?
First of all, I would say think of Giovanni and his legacy in the family, number one, and what they're going through. So far as where he was located, if you look at the big picture and if you look at all the facts afterwards, which, to be honest with you, we didn't have at the time, it makes sense that he would have been close to that bag if he truly got out of the car at that location. We had received.
Okay, Brian, I told her she's going to put it in the, and Christy, you can try that too. She's going to put it in the YouTube chat here for you guys. Anybody wants to jump in there.
reports that he got out on River Road. We received reports that he got out on 75. So we had a lot of contradictory information that we were trying to process and eliminate. But this makes sense. If he got out on I-75,
You're welcome,
then I
Brian.
would say typically with our search parameters,
There it is, guys, right there. Go ahead, click on that, and it should give you the directions to come on in.
within 2 miles of the last location of the individual is a valid search location. And that's what we concentrate on. But unfortunately, we were having to deal with some misinformation and some lack of information. So it made it much more difficult over a 30-something mile
Randy,
span
hon.
of road that we need to eliminate.
How is the family doing right now?
To the best of our knowledge, they are in crisis, like any family would be. They were praying that this was not the outcome, and so are we. And it's hard sometimes because it feels like, what we do steals their hope that someday their family member will come back through that door. We withdraw all that once they're located. So it's hard. It's devastating. And it's not even hard, it's devastating. This is mostly the worst day of their life, and rightfully so. They wake up, they go to bed one evening, they wake up the next morning and they're in crisis. They're in the worst situation possible. Their son's missing. And that's the reason our organization and the community comes together to try to support this family. They were from out of town. They had nobody besides their family that lived here. They had no connections here. So we wanted to support them, support the mission, and let them know they weren't here alone.
And just to confirm, how far away, if this is truly Giovanni, his remains, how far away was it from where he was staying? Was it about an hour away? Do we have that correct?
Hold on, I can tell you here. I think it was about 50 miles away from where they actually, from the search area was. Let's see here, 49 miles, as a matter of fact. So from the family's home to I-75 and State Road 70 was 49 miles. For us, like I said, for anybody who is doing this. Now, we believe in the very early stages of this that law enforcement had covered this area and that they had additional resources out there, family was out there. So we didn't want to go back and retrace a lot of their steps unless we have to, which we do sometimes, and we will. So we wanted to concentrate on an area that hadn't been searched, which was River Road. And so that's the reason we started focusing there and trying to eliminate that.
So did law enforcement give a response to that? Like, we didn't check that area, we thought we checked that area, maybe this specific location we didn't see. Any insight you can give us on that?
I will tell you from experience doing this and being in law enforcement that if this is the scenario, if he had drowned in that water, he would have went to the bottom of the water. And several days later, he would have came to the top of the water. And that could possibly explain what we're dealing with here. Now, I don't know if he drowned. Only the medical examiner does. And from the preliminary reports I've seen with the medical examiner, there's no confirmation that there's water in the lungs. But there again, I'm not the medical examiner.
Sure.
But if there had been water in the lungs and he went to the bottom of that water, there's a great chance that law enforcement could walk right past him, not searching the water, not realizing he was in there. And several days later, like the day that he was recovered, he could have come to the top of the water again based on the expanding of the gases in the body.
It is an incredibly distressing situation that is happening there, particularly for the family. But you and your organization do such important work. If people want to get involved and help with the efforts that you provide and the services your organization provides, what can they do?
I tell everybody we're powered by your donation. So we are empowered by you, the viewers, and the people who support us. They can go to wearetheessentials.com. You can learn about our mission. You can learn how we believe that God leads us out here to help these families answer their prayers when people go missing and try to help them bring them home, whether it be alive or a recovery, so they can have.
No, I have not
peaceful
seen that,
rest.
Eddie. Good God.
So thank you so much for giving us an opportunity to speak today and to tell the story not only of Giovanni, but the legacy of others that we've located and that we will continue to fight to help.
No, it's our pleasure to be able to speak to you about this, Billy. Thank you so much, Billy Lane. Again, this is such an important group. We Are the Essentials. Hope everybody can go check them out. Thank you again.
God bless. Thank you.
All right, everybody. So before we wrap things up, I want to let you know that tonight, tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, all this week pretty much, I'm going to be hosting Cuomo on News Nation at 8 p.m. Eastern time. And one of the things that I'm going to be doing, the plan is, and I'm going to put this up on social media with the number, is we want to take viewers' calls. So if you have questions about any of the cases that we've been covering here on Sidebar, you want to come on, talk about it, we would love to have that. I would love to talk to you guys again. So I'm filling in, hosting Cuomo 4 days this week, 8 p.m. Eastern. Hope you can call and check my social media. I'll make sure to put up that number. Thanks so much, guys. That's all we have for you right now here on Sidebar. Thank you so much for joining us. And as always, please subscribe on YouTube, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you should get your podcasts. I'm Jesse Weber. I'll speak to you next time.
All right, so there's that on the Giovanni Pelletier case, but I have, hold on 1 minute. Give me 1 minute here. It is different, and you have to watch because that link expires quickly too, so be careful. All right, so this gives you a little bit more in depth into what's going on with these cousins. And does it prove that the cousins were the ones responsible for what happened with Giovanni? That's the way it's titled. Is it? They're saying that this video proof of that, which is interesting to me if it is.
Ago. It was a time meant to reconnect with his biological father, side of the family, but more questions than answers remain after Giovanni vanished without a trace. As Fox 13's Kimberly Cuisinart reports, Giovanni's family is desperate for answers.
A missing person case has turned into a death investigation. Giovanni's family made a post confirming the body found yesterday is him. And so did this group, We Are the Essentials. You can see their Facebook post has thousands of views, with many people wanting to know the update on this missing teen.
Fugitive TV, I am your host, Ray Marcel, aka Case Blaze. Let's not forget, I was also on the run for a long time, 15 years. I got a book coming out soon called Red Redemption. What we're going to get into today is we're going to get into the mysterious situation with Giovanni, the 14-year-old that went on a family vacation, vanished, and they recently found the body. All this happened here in Florida. Actually, I don't live far from where it all happened, maybe about an hour away. So I know the area, pretty well, pretty decent of everything. If y'all don't know the story, Giovanni Pelletier, excuse me if I'm pronouncing the name wrong, but Gio was on a family vacation. They left from, I believe it was the Carolinas, and came down here to Florida and came down to a place called Inglewood. Inglewood is south of where I'm at. So if you're going on I-75 and you're coming into Florida, you're going to come into the first major city you're going to come into. Major city is going to be Tampa. Keep coming south, and then you're going to run into Bradenton and then Sarasota. Past Sarasota is Inglewood, and that's where Inglewood's at. Inglewood's below Sarasota. So into that. I don't know why the media is covering this up, but we're going to get into it. So the cousins were supposed to pick him up, and for some reason they were really, really late. Gio's stepdad said, he was waiting by the door, waiting for them, and like he was excited to go. So finally the cousins show up. They show up at 1:00 a.m. in the morning. Now, get this. They weren't down the street. The cousins weren't coming from down the block. They were coming from Mims, Florida.
What's up, Willie? Good to see you, brother.
Now, Mims, Florida is on the other side of Florida. So if you guys never been to Florida, all you got to do is look at the map. I'm going to show it to you too. You have Inglewood on the other one side of Florida. It's on the west side of Florida. Mims is on the east coast of Florida. Mims is about 3 hours away. So they got there at 1 a.m. to pick him up and then take him back to Mims, which means they wouldn't even get back to Mims to 4 a.m., 4:30 a.m. what they gonna do? What they gonna do in Mims at 4 a.m., 4:30 a.m.? Now I can maybe understand if it was Miami. I'm in Miami all the time. Miami got places that don't close. Club 11. I mean, some of these places don't close. They be 24 hours. But in Mims, different story. I'm pretty sure they close down there unless you even the strip clubs are probably closing. So I don't know what they was doing. So Gio was 18, so he couldn't go into a club that was 21 plus. So I was wondering why they're picking at 1 a.m. So they pick him up, right? About 20 minutes later, Gio texts his mom saying help. And I guess that's all he said. Then he tried to FaceTime his mom. She didn't answer. So then he texted other people in his family the same message, help him. And that was the last people pretty much have heard from him, except for the cousins that were in the car. Now, the story is the cousins in the car said that they smoked a little marijuana. Gio started acting crazy.
No, Brian, you're not changing anything, bud. You're just adding another platform that you can go to as well. That's all.
And they pulled out a knife. So they kicked him out the car and then left him on the side of the road on I-75 somewhere. I don't know about you, but now let's remember, these are cousins he just met, but they still family. Still family, right? So I've had to kick people out of my car before who were friends because maybe they were acting a fool or something. But I didn't just leave them on the side of the road. I might have kicked them out my car, left, and then I called somebody. I did something, especially if it was late at night. I made sure somebody else knew where they were at to come pick them up. Maybe because I wasn't dealing with them and they was too drunk, whatever it was, but I wasn't dealing with them. But I called somebody else to come get them. They didn't call the family. They didn't call nobody. They left him on the side of the road, supposedly while they went back to where they came from. Now, this was the story. So they tried to, or I should say, they searched for this kid, right? They searched for this kid. Supposedly the police wasn't really out searching for him, I should say.
Agency's involvement in Giovanni Pelletier, the missing person out of Charlotte County. First thing I want to clarify is we are not the lead agency on this investigation. Charlotte County is the lead agency on this investigation. There are some parts of it that dip into Manatee County, but the only connection to Brevard County is that the three young men that went over to Sarasota County are from Brevard County. There's no indication whatsoever, no evidence, no indication in any capacity that Giovanni Pelletier ever came to Brevard County. In fact, just the opposite. Things at this time demonstrate that he was not here. So our agency has been involved. We were reached out for by the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office, asked to go interview the three young men that were over in their county that had picked Giovanni up. We sent, when they first called, it was August 1st, and our deputies went out, talked to one of the individuals, conveyed back to Charlotte County what information they had developed. The following day, information started to spread on social media, misinformation, I should say. A lot of it was spread on social media, and Charlotte County asked us to go out and check on a car that had, according to what was being said on social media, had been part of this. The car was at a salvage yard. Our team went out, and the car was not part of this. It hadn't.
Thank you so much, Brian, for that membership. I can't tell who got it right now. But thank you so much, Brian.
Completely no connection to this. In fact, everything that we could tell from looking at the vehicle, it hadn't moved in a substantial amount of time. The brake pads were all rusted. Everything, the car had not moved. So, but as part of our assistance with them, as part of us offering any resources to them we could, we actually sent agents to go interview the three young men. We've not only interviewed them, we've interviewed other members of the family. We've also recovered the actual vehicle that was that the boys were driving, and that vehicle, the family gave it to us, said, said, take it, do whatever you need to do with it. We did. We took it, and we had our crime scene team go through it and reported back to Charlotte County that there was no evidence of any type of wrongdoing that was part of it. So, as you guys have probably seen in some of the stuff going on, some of the news reports, some of his items, a backpack, a school bag, and a telephone were found on the interstate over in Manatee County, I believe it was. But there's nothing to indicate he ever came to Brevard County. In fact, just the opposite from the witness statements that we've had and any evidence that Charlotte County has been able to collect. So we continue to offer our assistance to them. We will, as always, be great partners. Some people have asked, why aren't you guys out searching for him? There is no place to search. There's nothing that would say, go look in this specific area. The only reason that some people were looking on the road they were looking on and had organized a search party is because of the misinformation about the car at the salvage yard being on that. That was all erroneous. None of it was factual.
Krista, I just sent you an invite into the members chat. All you got to do is you'll get a little green box. It'll pop up, hit that, and it'll bring you on in there with us.
And so there's no place that would clue us in and say, put a search party here.
They finally found him. They found him, I believe it was a week later. They found him. They found him in a retention pond right in Bradenton, which is next to Inglewood, which is maybe about an hour south of me, wherever, right? So they found him in a retention pond, his body. So after they find his body, now there's speculation of what could happen to him. Now, before they found his body, there's a key piece of thing going on. He didn't have his phone or his backpack on him. Now, remember, he texted saying help, but his phone wasn't on him. They said they kicked him out the car. So what? They kicked him out the car and took his phone from him? Now, another thing is he kicked him out the car. Supposedly, they took the knife from him. So if you took the knife from this kid, there's three of y'all. If you took the knife from this kid, why do you still need to leave him on the side of the road? Supposedly, y'all got the weapon. One of them was also saying he had this gun. Who knows? But that's what they're saying, right? But they took the knife from him. How did they get close enough to take the knife without getting shot if you had a gun? Just stuff ain't adding up. It's not. I'm sorry. I've been around a lot of people in my life, some real gangsters, some real goons, and this ain't adding up. It's not. They found his body, I believe it was this past Friday. Today's Monday. They found his body 3 days ago in a retention pond. But before they found his body, they actually found his phone and a backpack on the side of I-75, which is the major highway. It's the major highway that you can take all the way from Georgia, go all the way down Florida into South, and you can take it right into Miami if you want to. One straight cut. So they found his backpack. I believe a truck driver found it. A truck driver thought it was a nice backpack and took it, or saw it on the side of the road. They tracked the backpack down because I guess Giovanni's phone was in the back. The cousins, that's the cousin story that I told you of what's going on. You would think the police found his body. The police didn't find it. The family found it. Why? The family was out searching. Now, the family was out searching with some local volunteers, and that was how they came across the remains in the road. So the police didn't find it.
Manatee County Sheriff's Office is calling this a preliminary identification of Giovanni, saying there's enough evidence on scene that leads investigators to believe the body found yesterday is him. But they were waiting on an autopsy to confirm this, which is scheduled to happen tomorrow. Family, friends, and community members all came together to search for Giovanni, who went missing almost a week ago while visiting family in Charlotte County. We Are the Essentials, a nonprofit of private investigators who helps search for missing people, took on the case. They tell us while the family has some sense of closure, this is not the outcome they wanted.
This is devastating. This family's been through a lot the past week. I guess it's, they have some closure. At this time, obviously, now the why is what they're wondering.
Now, there's been a press conference with the sheriff from Broward County because Mims is in Broward County. Mims, remember, is where the cousins came from.
Sounds good.
So Broward County is not responsible for the death of Gio. It's really the county that the crime happened, and also, that is pretty much going to be the lead investigators on and the people who are taking charge of this whole investigation is going to be there. So Broward County came out and basically said, before they found the body, Broward County said, yeah, we have nowhere to look, so we're not going to look. That's pretty much what they said. We have nowhere to look, so we're not going to look. We don't know where to look. But the family went out there and found them, and the family not even from here. Explain that one. y'all 3 hours away. The family's from the Carolinas. They found him. So a lot of stuff ain't adding up. So the family on the dad's side, the 3 cousins, right? They took, and like I said, we're going to get into their names. We're going to get into who they are. The 3 cousins took one of their mother's car. So the cops did take the car, and I don't know if they still have it, but they took the car, and they're going over everything pretty much to see, if the cousins are lying, if there's some foul play that they can see that happen inside the car, right? So I know what you're thinking. You're thinking like, how could that family leave them on the side of the road? And I know what the rest of y'all thinking. Their cousins had something to do with it. Gio's family on the mom's side, they want truth. They want answers. And I'm pretty sure they believe in the cousins has something to do with it. Now, the cousins, the dad's side of the family, really was not even out there looking for him. They weren't out looking. They weren't helping. They dropped him off on the side of the road, but they didn't even drive back to come look. There is a video that I came across, another YouTuber found, that actually shows it's a relative of one of the cousins going live and pretty much admitting to what has happened. You can barely hear her, but the other relative who's watching the live is pretty much, repeating and saying, you're telling on yourself. What are you doing? You're telling on yourself. And I'm going to show y'all that video. I'm going to show y'all what some of this news, local news ain't covering, which I don't know why they're not covering, but they're not doing it. But I'm going to show it to you because the answers need to come out. And Gio didn't deserve that, not from his own family. So we're going to get into who the cousins were right now. Florida missing person report, right? This is 3 days ago. This is on Beverly Howard's post.
This is the only reason why we're watching this, guys, is to show you guys who the cousins are.
Jill's mother is saying they found him, not law enforcement. They found him, right? And I told you that the family is the one who found him. Now, July, Giovanni, they were from North Carolina. They traveled to Inglewood with his mother, her fiance, and 4 younger siblings. The family is visiting a relative undergoing chemotherapy. So at that time, Giovanni wants to meet his biological father's family, right? He arranged for his 3 cousins on his dad's side to pick him up from Inglewood, Florida, where he was staying. The cousin's name, Latrell Hearns, Leandre Trayvon Hearns, known as Zach to Gio. The third is Jalen Berry. He has only spoken with them, remember, by the phone or FaceTime. He's never met them before, right? Never in person because he doesn't live down here. So Gio was craving, to meet the other side of his family because Gio's mom is Italian and Puerto Rican, and then Gio's family is Black African American. So he wanted to know that side of the family. Now, as an interracial person myself, I understand that. I understand. So they picked him up, and then they were headed to Mims, Florida, a 3-hour drive. So this is when everything goes wrong, right? We're going to look at something else over here. Now, remember the names of who these people are, because I'm about to pull up some stuff. Now, on one post, I did see stories from all 3 people that were in the car: Zachariah Cummins, Jalen Berry, and Latrell Hearns. I don't know if Zachariah Cummins is in the picture. This is relative. That's supposed to be Zachariah Cummins right there. I looked him up, and he's about 30. He's 37 years old or something like that. So this might be whoever did this group. This might be the wrong person, right? I don't think that's the right person. So I'm just letting y'all know that now. If I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. But I'm not sure. We're going to get into a little bit of his background right now. It says, in the case of missing 18-year-old Giovanni Pelletore, it appears that one of the cousins he was with, Leandre Trayvon Hearns, has a history. On August 14, 2023, Hearns followed a man to his apartment and pointed a handgun at him. And while demanding cash, the man was able to run inside. But Hearns began banging on the door while making threats. Hearns then ripped the man's camera off the door and smashed it on the ground. After that, Hearns smashed the man's cell phone on the ground. that he had dropped it while running in his apartment. The handgun was recovered and found to be stolen. Hearns was charged with aggravated assault with a firearm and criminal mischief. So Hearns already had a background, I should say. Leandre or Trayvon, or whatever you want to call it, right? Already had one. So if he already had one, who's to say, you know, what's going on? So, I mean, what do y'all think? Do y'all think the cousins had anything to do with it? What is your theories? Do you think maybe the cousins were like, oh, we're going to rob this kid? You know, that's one of the first things that came to my mind. They're going to rob him, and they got him in the car. And then, you know, Gio realized what was going on and was like, help. Now, remember, you're asking maybe why couldn't he text out a long sentence? You got to remember, he got picked up by 3 people, which means there's one in the front driving. There's probably another person in the passenger seat. And then there's one.
It's slightly hard, Eddie, because there's not enough information on it that's locked down as verified. That's the problem, in my opinion. I have other stuff to look at, but
one more in the seat behind him, or I should say next to him. So depending on where he was in the vehicle, let's say he got into the back seat. Remember, they don't know him. So maybe they got him into the back seat. So he's sitting next to one person. So if they're trying to do this, he probably don't have all the time in the world to pick up his phone and maybe make a bunch of text messages, because maybe they're threatening him. Maybe he was able to say help, and that was it, and then sent everybody he could. Maybe he tried to FaceTime real quick and put his phone to the side so they can hear what's going on or see. You know, maybe there's just stuff like that. Maybe when they picked him up, maybe they were already coming to Inglewood because they figured, hey, it's a time we can go rob somebody down there and commit a crime. We can do something. Maybe that's why they were so late getting him at 1 a.m. Maybe they went all the way down there, did something. And when they did something, they picked him up right after. And when they picked him up right after, maybe Gio, maybe even, you know, realized what happened. Was like, oh, and they were telling him, yeah, don't say nothing. We're going to do you too. So he couldn't say nothing but help. You know, I don't think that they dropped him off on the side of the road. That's just hard to believe. And didn't call nobody. I don't believe that one, bro. I really don't. That one is.
I absolutely feel like they did something to him. Now they're saying thus far that there doesn't seem to be any, it doesn't look like there's any foul play involved. I don't believe this. I want to see an autopsy report on this.
Just scratch that. There's something that's going on here that they're not saying, and the truth's going to come out. Now, right now, they are doing an autopsy on him, but he was out there for so long decomposing that it's hard for them to figure out everything that's going on. But something going to come to light. It is. Now, remember the video I told you about the relative that was watching the live with, I guess, one of the other cousins on the dad's side, and she's pretty much telling on everybody, on herself. You know? We're going to watch that video. Now, the video was kind of long, but I'm going to throw that in here. Nobody else is. And I got this video from another YouTuber. Shout outs to her.
He's missing for almost 4 days now, and we just want him to come home. I'm live. Since I ain't got this girl as a friend, we finna talk like this. What's the missing pieces? And then she talking about, are y'all on the way to go to the search party? On the way? What's up? Oh, no, she said, are you? She said, oh, are you on the way? She said, she on the way. What's up? I'm not on the way. What's up? No, and then after that, she said, are you on the way?
Yeah, I got you, Hemisphere.
He said, you know something. He knows something that's not saying. Because you know we got kicked out of the car. You got to go. It's 3 niggas against 1 person.
Whoa.
Oops. That ain't me. Let me throw this up just in case.
Trigger warning. This video includes sensitive and violent content that may not be suitable for all viewers. This video is for 18 plus only.
If I want to pull out a knife, that's what I do. It's 3 people.
What you gonna do? She's literally gonna bring my
Hush.
Basically.
So you basically saying that the niggas killed my cousin because he pulled a knife out. Basically, that's what you're saying. No, my Facebook friend seeing this girl go live. They ain't picking up. She basically answered all the questions. Thank you. Thank you. Why the fuck would y'all? Because that ain't the case. See, he would have did that. Because that ain't the case. He would have did that. Dumbass girl. He would have did that. He would have did that. Somebody gonna hear me. Somebody's gonna hear me. He would have did that. If y'all was about to exit and if 7-Eleven, the gas station was right there, he would have called his mama. So that ain't the truth. Talk again.
So she's calling her out on the bullshit. They're trying to say that they drop. Okay, for anybody that's not understanding this, let me back up. Giovanni Pelletier and his mother and his, I guess, stepfather, they went to Florida to go visit a relative that was going through chemotherapy. Giovanni had been speaking to his biological father's family that lives in Florida as well over the past few months and took this as a chance to be able to catch up with them, to be able to meet up with them. Okay. So they sat down there and they're visiting. Giovanni was supposed to be picked up earlier that day, and was ready to go, waiting for his cousins to show up to pick him up. They showed up at 1:30. They picked him up in Englewood, heading back to Mims, Florida. Okay. I think Brian's in Florida, knows where all this stuff is. And when that happened, 20 minutes into him, after he left, he texted his mother with a message that said, "Help, Mom." No response because she was sleeping at 1:30 in the morning. Then he texted his grandfather, and I do believe this woman right here that is flipping out, which I don't blame her. Okay, I think that's his cousin or his aunt. Anyway, and no response because everybody's sleeping. They didn't get these till the next morning. According to the cousins, they said that Giovanni flipped out, pulled out a knife on them, and wouldn't calm down. Didn't give a reason for it. Nobody just flips out and pulls a knife on somebody. But anyway, and said that they disarmed the knife from him, stopped the car, and threw him out on the middle of 71, whatever road they were on, and drove off. That's all they knew. I don't believe this for one damn minute. Okay, no, that's stupid to me. I'm sorry.
I heard somewhere that they were smoking weed and he became paranoid. And then he started.
Yeah, I heard that too, but nobody's going to get paranoid. They're not. Who's going to pull one? Unless they were saying things to him to provoke him to be paranoid. You know what I mean?
Dude,
nobody
if
out of
you
nowhere.
smoked weed right now, you'd be paranoid. You would freak out.
I'm not going to pull a knife on somebody.
You might.
No, I won't. I used to smoke a lot of weed. And my paranoia is more along the lines of, am I okay? I don't feel right. I don't feel my chest. I'm not okay. That's how I get paranoid when I do it. That's what
right,
happens.
but not if somebody is messing with you.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They had to have, in my opinion, even if that's the case, provoked him to some extreme.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Did something. Yeah. If he's never really smoked it, depending on what is in it, because people put things in weed now, believe it or not, it's not good. Hey, Moonlight, good to see you. So yeah, and that may have been what happened is they never met this kid before. They're like, yo, let's do this, that, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But 20 minutes in, 20 minutes, all that happened in 20 minutes. Come on.
Yeah, that's 20 minutes. I hadn't heard that part.
Right. So that's when his mother.
He was down there with his mom on vacation.
Yeah, 20 minutes after he's picked up by the 3 cousins, 3 over 1. That's an overpowering situation. He messaged his mom, help, and then granddad, help, and such, help me, please. Nobody responds to him. So then he pulls a knife out on these guys. Some point they claim they take the knife from him, put him out of the car, and off they drive and just leave him standing there. But then he's found in a retention pond a week later. Something's not right with this. I'm sorry.
I mean, if he was high, he could have been stumbling around, didn't know. I mean, he's obviously disoriented. It's not anywhere he knows.
Possibly,
area, and fell in.
That's why I want to see the. I guess Tomboy said there's a preliminary autopsy report. I want to see it to see if it shows anything. If it does, where he may have fallen, hit his head, fell in the pond, that would make some sense. But I still have issues with these cousins. Like, you could have pulled over, called somebody. Just don't leave. Like, I agree with that guy. Don't just leave him standing in the middle of nowhere where he has no idea where he's at. If you're family, that's not what family does. Just saying. But they don't know him, so there's that too. You know what I mean? And it made me wonder something else. Is this really his family that did this? You know, people get what do you call that? Messed with online, where people tell them one thing and then they want to rob them or something like that. But they're saying, I guess they are his cousins. That wouldn't make sense otherwise. They would have verified that. So I'm just saying, did they have bad intentions when they picked him up, or did something really go down that turned out in a bad way that really wasn't nothing that serious at first? You know, I don't know. Catfish. There we go. Thank you. But no, that wouldn't make sense because they would have to verify that this was his family, in my opinion. You posted the link. Okay. Yeah, I want to check out this preliminary and see what it says. Thank you. Right here. Let's go with this now, because I don't really want to play much more of this video with the words she's throwing out there. No, I get why she's mad, but YouTube doesn't get that. I'll just put it that way.
Exactly.
Medical examiner unable to identify body as Giovanni Pelletier due to state of decomposition, MCSO. Medical examiner has yet to make a positive ID of Giovanni Pelletier. According to the Manatee County Sheriff's Office, Pelletier is the 18-year-old who went missing in Florida on August 1st. Saturday, detectives made the preliminary determination that the decomposed body found in Manatee County Retention Pond on Friday was Pelletier. The District 12 Medical Examiner's Office says the further forensic testing is needed since the body is in an advanced state of decomp. On Saturday, detectives made the preliminary determination that the decomp body in Retention Pond was Pelletier. Pelletier's cousin, Morgan Hull. One second here. I'm sorry. Also told Fox that the body found did indeed belong to her cousin. Detectives said they believe that Pelletier's body had been in the water for several days before floating to the surface. What sunk him to begin with is my question too. Because bodies don't just always, well, we know how that works. So I guess it could have. It depends on how deep the retention pond is. So the backstory on this is that August 1st, he set up, it was 75, not 71. I'm sorry. He got into a vehicle with a cousin from his biological father's side of the family, along with two of the cousin's friends. Okay, so only one of them was the cousin. The rest were friends of the cousins, okay? He had only spoken to one cousin on the phone before. After reconnecting with his father's side of the family, Pelletier made plans for the cousins to pick him up to see additional family in Brevard County. 25 minutes into the car ride, Pelletier sent a message to his mother, "Help me." He also sent similar messages to other family members. That's when Brevard County deputies say his cousins told them that Pelletier began acting erratically before exiting the vehicle and walking away near State Route 70 in Manatee County. His phone and backpack were the only things found, and Pelletier was not heard from again. Okay, does this have the autopsy, Tomboy? Is that what you were saying? Did it say he couldn't swim? It did not. Not that I saw. Again, it would depend on most of these retention ponds you can stand up in, and they're only knee to waist deep max. You know what I mean? That's probably what they had to do, was use dental records and something. Hold on, Tomboy. Did you say this is it? Nope, that's not it there either. Hold on. I don't see it. 1 second here. It doesn't have the. No. I don't see it. Did you see it, Mama Bear? Did she say something about it? By the way, thank you for joining me today. Sorry, I didn't say that.
You're welcome. She said that was the preliminary autopsy. Said more testing would be needed.
That's it. Okay. Interesting. Let me see. Hold on here. There might be a link embedded, but I don't see one. Okay, so I guess we're still waiting on it. But that's definitely, I want to see what the autopsy says to see what the cause of death was, whether it was drowning, blunt force trauma, something like that. That's what I want to see. Hey, I have these. Anyway.
Oh, Lord.
I know. Sorry. I'm a child. Man child. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Hold on. It's not working. There we go. No boobs for me today. According to the medical examiner, no signs of foul play or trauma were found during the autopsy, and the cause of death is pending toxicology. Authorities say the investigation is far. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, if he would have fallen into the and hit his head, fell into the retention pond, there should be some form of something, some kind of trauma. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm not getting with this. Unless it was some kind of a drug overdose, and that's what it was that flipped him out. But 25 minutes in, there. Thank you, SRB. Guys, please go check out Mom Bear's channel. Subscribe if you haven't. Hit the notification bell. And if you have not yet done it, what are you doing with your life? Just kidding. And hit the like button too, please. No, he's not a child. I mean, he's not a real big kid, but he's not a child. That's true. I don't know, guys. I have questions with this cousin and their friends. And they did show that, you know, the couple of them have criminal records. And that doesn't mean they killed him. I'm just saying that they have some violent history stuff going on and all that. So I got questions on this one. I really do. So I'll be following up with that. There's not a lot more on this, guys, very sadly, but other than what that channel's putting out. And I don't think we really need to sit and listen. We obviously know that she's upset and angry, and her choice of words tells us all. That's all we need to know. I'm good with that. Let me see. Show. All right. Onward. I do have another situation. Right. That's what it sounds like thus far, because there's no like trauma of the body. There's no foul play suspected at this point, so we don't know. But saying mom help, something, maybe they threatened him and it freaked him out, you know, or maybe they were messing around with him and it freaked him out. He maybe come from a completely different type of family than they do. That's all. People are different in different places. What's this now? Okay. So they're looking at bringing the FBI in on this. Thank you, Tomboy. Wow, what did I just say? Bomb toy. Welcome, Bomb Toy. Thank you. I'm talking about that. Let's see here. He was acting erratic when he got out of the car. He doesn't. I don't know. Oh, they're advertising all my toys in here. This is weird. Give it a minute. Bomb Toy. Yes, that's your new name, Bomb Toy. Let's see. Is it going to roll through? Oh, now I can skip it. There we go.
A family is demanding answers after the body of 18-year-old Giovanni Pelletier was discovered in a Bradenton retention pond. The North Carolina teen had been missing for 8 days. As 10 Tampa Bay News reporter explains now, the family is now calling for the FBI to get involved in the investigation.
As you exit I-75 in Bradenton, a wooden cross stands near a retention pond where 18-year-old Giovanni Pelletier's body was.
I want to see the pond too. I want to kind of see like what the pond looks like, where it's at, and how deep it is. If this is the road that he was let out on and it's right there, it is on a hill.
Mm-hmm.
But
recovered. He disappeared on August 1st after leaving Charlotte County at 1:30 a.m. with cousins he'd never met before. Family says his last text messages were pleas for help at 1:51 a.m.
We understand that he got out of the vehicle and was acting erratic based on the people that he was with.
The teen's family questioned.
How far did they actually get in a 20-minute period of time? To be honest with you, like there's not a whole lot that can go down in 20 minutes in a car. You know what I mean? Thank you, Tom or SRB. And this here is, thank you, Moonlit, for that. This is the link to sign the petition to get the FBI involved. Of course, it's okay. Anything to help with a situation like this is 100% okay, Moonlit. You know better than that.
Questions that story, taking to social media and launching a change.org petition to get answers and voice frustration with the investigation. They're angry it took 8 days to find Giovanni, calling out that it was a family friend, not law enforcement, who discovered the body.
And see, that's what I'm saying. Like, law enforcement didn't go. They knew where he was, which way he'd be heading to go to where he was going, and it's right there. You didn't look. I mean, granted, if he was underwater, okay, maybe they didn't think to look there because they had no idea that would have happened. So I understand that, but something's just off with this. That's all my opinion is.
Body. They want the FBI to take over the case. The sheriff's office says search team.
So that's it right there. How deep could that possibly be? It doesn't look very deep, does it?
I mean, it's hard to say.
I don't know what the center would be, but like there's the road. That's an exit ramp right there. And it's not very steep. I don't know. It feels to me like somebody put him in there, possibly. Typically, yeah, but if they don't know exactly which direction they took for sure, that's going to be the hard part. But they should have interviewed the three in the car and said, which way did you go? Where were you at this time? When did this all go down? And look around that area. Yes, here you are. And that doesn't look like it could be. I mean, look at the weeds here. It doesn't look like it could be that deep, but I could be wrong. Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, good point, Fizzy. You look in waters and stuff like that. I agree. I don't know.
Were not out on Friday, but did scour the area for days.
And a lot of these areas were searched, but unfortunately, nothing was seen until Friday.
Investigators say even though that preliminary autopsy doesn't show signs of foul play, the investigation is far from over. They're trying to figure out exactly why Giovanni got out of the car and how he ended up crossing several lanes of traffic before ending up in the retention pond.
Toxicology could be critical here.
So they were headed the other direction.
They're dealing with the condition.
That's going to be huge, I think, is the toxicology report. That's the main thing. That's why I want to see the autopsy on this. They already said no trauma, none of this. So I think we need to see the autopsy or the toxicology at that point. Then, if aerial,
yeah,
that's a good point too. Considering it's probably not that deep, an aerial search should have shown something. I agree, Tomboy, and thank you again, Moonlit.
Of the body, and that can limit even finding answers.
And though the family is questioning the coordination of the
Welcome,
investigation,
Dunwin.
which spans 3 counties, the sheriff's office says they are collaborating with Charlotte and Brevard counties.
Law enforcement agencies do this all the time, and we're here to assist them, which is what we were doing in the early part of this as a missing person case. We'll continue to lean on them.
Reporting in Bradenton, Kristen Barbarisi, 10 Tampa Bay News.
Now, we did reach out to the sheriff's office for a response to this change.org petition, but have not heard back.
Thank you, Tomboy. All right, guys. So I'm going to keep following this because I have a lot of curiosities on this. Something just doesn't sit.
A day dominated by.
Good Lord, sorry. Something it just doesn't sit right with me. That's all I'm saying. I don't know. Hopefully we'll get an answer to it. We'll see. Either way, they knew where they dropped him off and lied. That's another good point. End of the line. I agree with you on that one. They should have called somebody immediately and said, okay, this kid flipped out on us. This is what we did. You might want to come get him. Like, they could have called the family. They could have called police, anything. You don't just leave somebody standing in the middle of nowhere that has no idea where they're at. That's my biggest issue with that whole thing. That's all I'm going to say about that. Next. This next story Wow. That's all I'm going to say. This is wild. It was come out 23 hours ago. And I'm playing this one for a specific reason. Okay, so again, I spoke on this just for a minute, but I'm a mom. Hello. Oh, wow. Really? Another Maddie lookalike killed on Frat Row University. I saw that. Yeah. Yes. She does look a lot like her. It's really freaky. I don't know what's up with this dude's hair and hat, but okay. No comment. I'm just gonna move on with this story. This is I can't with this. What the hell, kid? This is interesting, folks. Check this out. And yes, me thinks too, Willie. Me thinks. 9 kids involved in a love triangle murder situation. Now, we talk all the time about our youth and teenagers and how things have changed so dramatically much. Check this out.
Is it playing? Because I don't see anything. There you go. Hello? Where'd he go? There you go. Where'd you go?
What's wrong?
Are we supposed to be watching something? There you go.
I'm not saying a word.
At least 9 teenagers are now charged with murder. They're accused.
Now, do you see what I was talking about with the hair and the hat?
Yeah.
Here we go.
Of being part of a plot to lure a fellow teenager to a place where someone he knew was waiting with a gun. And all of this was allegedly over a girl. Right now, we know the names of 5 people who are facing charges in this story. And when we were researching the newest names to be added to the list of suspects in this case, we were shocked with what one of the teens now charged with murder had apparently posted on her social media not too long ago. We're on the case presented by Law and Crime. I'm Chris Stewart. I have an update for you today on a story that we have been following out of South Carolina. It is a story of a group of young people who allegedly, according to police, came together to lure a fellow teenager to a place where he would be murdered. And all of this was allegedly over something that I think we can all agree in the grand scheme of life does not really matter, and that is teenage romance. This story has become even bigger since our first episode on this case, which was back in June. And it involves the man you see here, Trey Wright. He was just 16 years old. On June 24th, police say they found him with multiple gunshot wounds around 11:30 p.m. along a country road in South Carolina. Before I get to the new suspects in this case and what one of them allegedly posted on Facebook, let's get you caught up to speed on how we got to this point. This is Devin Raper. He is the man who police say fired the bullets that killed Trey Wright. Raper appeared to try to put on this bad boy persona on social media. He has a TikTok that's still public, and you can see some of the pictures like this one here, where he's flipping the bird at the camera, and he has the caption, "I wish we never met. I wish you would have stopped giving me missed signals, but can you stop? Because I'm trying to get to know your friend right now." Now, Trey, it appears, knew his alleged killer. They both followed each other on TikTok, but they were not friends. According to police, they were reportedly at odds over a girl at the time of Trey's murder. Now, it's unclear if this is the girl that they were fighting over. Her name is Gianna Kirstenmacher, and she was reportedly Trey Wright's girlfriend. The 17-year-old is charged with orchestrating his murder. The Florence County Sheriff's Office says that Kirstenmacher knew that there was a rivalry between Trey Wright and Devin Raper, and deputies say that she drove Raper to meet Wright on the night of his murder, quote, knowing that Raper was armed and that there would be a confrontation for violence likely to lead to death based on statements made in her presence. Now, she was initially facing a charge of accessory before the fact, and she was denied bond at that time, but her charges have been upgraded. She is now facing a charge of murder in connection to the death of Trey Wright, yet she's now out of jail. She was released on bond under strict conditions. Now, Raper is being held without bond. He is the one who allegedly fired the shots in this case. At his first court appearance, he tried to argue for himself in front of the judge. This is how it went down. This video per WBTW.
I did not do none of this. There was 4 more people.
Right, I'm not here to try.
I understand that.
I'm not here to try your case, but you can speak to law enforcement and you can also talk to the attorney.
Before I get to the new suspects in this case, it's important to know that Raper was known to the criminal justice system. He was arrested in August of last year on a charge.
Good God, if I'm hearing that right, this dude's last name, that ain't good at all. Not saying it means anything, but just carrying that last name alone, that's not a good name. They're banning YouTube, Facebook, Google for under 16. I think they need to. I truly think they need to. There's so much shit that has come out of certain social media platforms with kids and teenagers these days. It's just not healthy anymore at all. Welcome, Katie. Good to see you. Yeah, that's all they do. They're all not all of them, but a lot of them are very disrespectful, and they don't care anymore. There's no fear of consequence. There's no fear of authority because they know in most aspects they can get away with just about anything. It's a damn shame. It truly is. Just to go back to give you a little bit of insight, Mama Bear, as always, finds the details because she does very well with that. Those types of retention ponds and stuff should be constructed with mostly steep slopes, 20 to 30 degree grades to a depth of 8 to 15 feet. That is deep enough that, it could definitely cause you to be stuck and have some problems. No, I agree with that too, because it's not even that SRB. It's not aging or anything like that. It's because they don't take it and treat it responsibly. They become, I don't know if they think they're adults and they're acting a certain type of way, thinking that that's how adults act. And it's just disrespectful arrogance and ignorance, in my opinion. It's not what it's all about. So I agree with that.
Of being an accessory after the fact to felony or murder, and he was released from jail in November, and then the charges were dismissed in February of this year, according to WBTW. Now, you heard Raper in that court video claiming that other people were involved in what happened, saying that there were 4 more people that were in the vehicle with him. Now, it's unclear who he specifically is talking about, but this week, police arrested 3 more teenagers. Here are their mugshots. Their names: Corinne Belviso, Hunter
The little girl looks like a 12-year-old baby.
Kendall, and Sydney Kearns. All 3 are now facing charges of murder. Now, it appears...
So does she. This is ridiculous that kids this young are doing these things.
Belviso and Kirstenmacher were members of the same cheerleading team at a high school in Myrtle Beach. Arrest warrants that we received from the Florence County Sheriff's Office show that these new teenagers to be added to the list of suspects are accused of bringing Raper to the scene, knowing that he was armed and knowing there would be a violent confrontation. And Trey Wright was apparently no stranger to these new suspects. And what one of the new suspects posted on social media about Trey Wright really shocked us. Here it is. We found the social media of Corinne Belviso, now facing a charge of murder. On June 25th, which is the day after Trey Wright was killed, this is what she posted on her Facebook page. It is a link to the GoFundMe page for Trey Wright saying, quote, "They've made a GoFundMe to help Trey's family. If you're able to donate, anything will help. Trey was one of my friends. We're heartbroken. To know him was to love him. LLT." That stands for Long Live Trey. That has become a battle cry for people who are remembering him, honoring him, and calling for justice after his death. Before I get back to this episode of On the Case, I need to take...
Here's my problem is, why are kids these ages even having these thoughts, carrying guns, going anywhere I don't understand it. Yeah, right, Katie. 14, 15-year-old kids are still playing Roblox and what's that other game, Mama Bear?
Minecraft.
Well, no, but yeah, that's another one. But I mean, and they're still, eating cereal and watching their cartoons on Saturday mornings. What the hell is going on with a lot of these kids? Again, I think it's because, yes, same here. Home invasions, kicking in front doors for TikTok. What? Like, what the hell is going on? And a lot of it relates back to social media platforms. And I think it's no. I think you need to be 18. That's my opinion. It was 13, I think, for a lot of them. Fortnite. Thank you, Silver. That was the other one.
Yeah.
They can't be responsible with it. So at this point, no. Sorry. You don't deserve it. And you can act your age and stop acting like you're some kind of a badass gang member or whatever the hell it is that they're trying to do. I don't know, but fix it,
Brian, talk about our partner and sponsors at Morgan & Morgan. This is a law firm that is the largest injury law firm in the country. They have...
What did I do, Brian? It pisses me off. It does. These kids piss me off when they do this. Now, I will tell you, and I've said it before, that I think some of it relates to parenting. My kids would never do something like this because they know there's consequences in my house. Sorry, we don't do that. I don't. That's all there is to it. And that's it. There is no monitoring. Once again, the phone and the internet, they are the parents nowadays, and it sucks and it's sad. And I think the parents, I was getting ready to say that. And I think in cases like this, they need to look into it and the parents need to be charged. That's all I can tell you. They need to be charged. The same as the kids are. Same here for now, my mom. I've always told my kids that if you screw up, guess what? I love you. I'm not going to hide you. I'm not going to help you. I will turn you in. End of story. Because you know better.
And I will defend this case with every breath I have. She's not guilty of anything. Belviso and Kearns, two of the new teenagers who were just arrested and charged in this case, they have been released from jail. They were granted $20,000 bonds. Hunter Kendall was denied bond, and he is still in jail at the time of this recording. According to WPDE in South Carolina, 4 other suspects have been arrested and charged with murder in the death of Trey Wright, which brings the number at the time of this recording to 9 people who have been charged in connection to Trey Wright's death. We have reached out to the Florence County Sheriff for the names of these new suspects and information on their arrests. At the time of this recording, they have not gotten back to us. Joining us now from South Carolina to talk about this case is Tyler Bailey, civil rights and criminal defense attorney. It's always great to have you on Law and Crime. What do you make? 9 suspects in this case, all charged with murder in the death of Trey Wright. What stands out to you in just how law enforcement is going about this investigation?
Well, first, just on a human level, it's a tragedy, especially when you have young people involved in gun violence and loss of life like this. And the first thing that went to my head was that this is kind of an unprecedented way to use the hands of one, hands of all jurisprudence, which is something that's used often in South Carolina.
What happened to teenage boys just fighting? Anybody? They don't just fight anymore? You got to pull a gun or a knife? That other case we saw where the kid walked into the tent and stabbed the other kid to death not too long ago? Why don't people, they don't fight anymore. They just shoot or stab. It's insane. If there truly is an issue between them or they're fighting over a girl, I mean, I've been there. I fought with another guy over a couple times over a girl before, but we fist fought and we were done. It was over with, you know? I don't understand it.
Involving gun crimes or possession of drugs, but I haven't seen it much with murder, especially when you have 9 young people. And it also appears to be a way for the local government and sheriff's office to probably combat youth violence, looking at a way to send a message that, you know, young people and kids, teenagers, school starting back, you know, don't assist people who have firearms and are about to engage in altercation, because you have 9 kids or young adults, some teenagers, some 18 or older, who actually helped the accused get to the victim, and the victim tragically lost his life. So it's really unprecedented on those fronts. And then the bail also seems to be low, because these are serious allegations the kids or young people, let me rephrase that, are charged with, but the bond does not seem indicative of the seriousness of the crime, which leads me to believe that this could be a way or a tool to get them all involved in the case by law enforcement, and then possibly work out deals south from there.
Yeah, because it's from what we know, several of the suspects have been released on $20,000 bonds. The man, Devin Raper, who is accused of firing the shots, he is still being held without bond. What will prosecutors have to prove in these cases of the associates of the person they say fired the shots? What will they need to prove if they were to take these to trial?
They'll need to prove that the associates knew that the accused was going to the location with the intent to commit murder of somebody. And they're using the fact that they assisted him. They knew that he had a weapon, and they knew he was going to the altercation, but they're going to need to prove there was intent on the front of the associates that this was going to occur, which is tough. You know, providing assistance, accessory before the fact of the crime is easier to prove than it is actually that they all participated in the murder with the intent, knowing that the accused was going to go there and he was going to commit a murder by shooting the victim who tragically lost his life. And that's a steep hurdle for the prosecution to make here.
Because Gianna Kirstenmacher, who is reportedly the girlfriend of the victim, and she was the first co-suspect with Devin Raper, who was arrested, and it was believed that she was the one, according to law enforcement, who orchestrated this, knowing that the two of them were at odds, that Devin Raper was armed, and that she was bringing Devin Raper to meet Trey Wright. And then it ends in sadly, Trey Wright's death. And originally she was charged with accessory before the fact, and now she is facing a charge of murder. What is the difference between the two?
Accessory before the fact means that they provided assistance to the defendant or the accused here to further his ability to commit the crime. Accessory after the fact is when they provide assistance afterwards with knowledge. But accessory before the fact means that she knew that he was going to go there and he wanted to, use his firearm to engage in murder, attempted murder, or something like that, and she helped him do it by orchestrating the whole thing. Murder, which is a lot of a steeper hurdle, means that she went there and actually helped him commit the murder. It's a little difference. It's a legal distinction. I think that the sheriff, in an interview that I saw, he said that he was very methodical in speaking with the solicitor's office and investigators before upping the charges to murder for her as well. Accessory before the fact, to me, seems easier. And also something that this case could be pled down to maybe if they dismiss the murder charges later.
Because you think of some of the other people involved, and we don't know, we have arrest warrants that kind of say the same thing as Gianna Kirstenmacher's arrest warrant, where it was, they knew, according to this, that Devin Raper had a gun and he was going to go to Trey Wright, and they knew that there was going to be an altercation that was going to lead to his death. And then there's also reportedly video of what happened, which that hasn't been released to the public as of yet. But in the case of Devin Raper, and he's accused of being the person who fires the shots, how much do the other cases, the 8 other people, does their case kind of hinge on Devin Raper?
I'm sorry, but stop with the plea deals. Stop being so easy on them because they're kids. They committed the crime. You get to do the time. And if it's murder, it's a capital case, in my opinion. I'm not saying put him to death. but they should sure as hell get life in prison. Like true life, in my opinion. You don't get to do something like this and get away with it because you're a kid. You go to jail for 20 years and you're just now becoming an adult and you can live the rest of your life when that child can't. No,
Right.
doesn't work that way, in my opinion. I'm sorry. What's up, Scott? I think it's a tattoo, Barry. I think so.
Because let's just say if he was able to be found not guilty in this for whatever reason, how does that impact then the other people who have been charged with murder if they're not the ones who were accused of firing the shots?
It'll be nearly impossible to charge the others with murder if the accused is acquitted at trial, or if this case is dismissed. I mean, the evidence seems to be pretty strong that, he fired a gun and he killed the victim here, but the other ones are being charged from what we can see based off the warrants right now for providing the assistance and helping orchestrate the murder. If he's acquitted, then there's no way that his associates or his friends or whatever you want to call them, who are also charged with murder, could be charged, because the main culprit, the shooter, would be found not guilty, acquitted, or have the charges dismissed.
At the beginning, you said kind of I forget what particular the phrase was, but when as someone who knows the law in South Carolina, how does this, and I know in a lot of ways this is unprecedented, but what are some of the similar situations you've seen where it has been a case like this has been prosecuted in the way that the Florence County prosecutors and the sheriff's office seem to be going about it?
Hands of one, hands of all typically goes like this. You'll have somebody, let's say, driving a car and there's marijuana in the car. The officers pull over the driver of the vehicle, and everybody in the car is charged with possession with marijuana with the intent to distribute or trafficking marijuana. It can also be used with gun possession, where there's a gun in the vehicle and somebody is not authorized to be carrying the gun in the vehicle, and everybody's charged with being in possession of the firearm. This is different. This right here is a murder that's committed, and they're saying the hands of the one shooter who committed the murder is sufficient to be the hands of all of his associates who helped orchestrate the murder. That's why it seems to be unprecedented, where this appears to be more of a case of providing assistance before committing the crime for the actual accused to commit the murder, who's the shooter, versus all of them being there. We don't know what all the evidence they have. It could be text messages. We could see the video. We don't know how they all assisted in committing the murder. I do think that law enforcement probably would not want to overcharge in a situation where they risk the chances of an acquittal, not being able to prosecute all of these individuals, and there's still more who could be charged. So there must have been some strong things that we, as members of the public, do not know about. And I do think I think the sheriff is looking at the public policy here and trying to curb this type of youth violence, whether it's social media, text messages, different communications, and getting or luring somebody to a place where a violent crime occurs by charging everybody with the severe charge of murder here versus something a little lighter, like accessory before the fact.
Yeah, I mean, it absolutely sends a message because, I mean, just on a human level, to know that all of this was allegedly over some teenage girl dispute. I mean,
I
it's
agree,
not
Tom
worth
Boy.
it. And you think of the lives that have been impacted. Certainly, Trey Wright was somebody who was beloved, and he.
I absolutely agree. I mean, I don't feel like they're going to learn lessons unless that happens. Okay. I feel like they feel like they're indestructible. They're untouchable, that they can get away with whatever they want because it's been put out there that they can. In turn, if you teach them a lesson or make an example of them for other kids to see, like, you can't do these things and just get away with it now. You know what I mean? I think that's something important that needs to be done. I mean, I hate to say it, but you do the crime, you do the time. End of story.
Yep.
And that's true right there. That happens. They probably brag to each other and other people, so on and so forth, 100%. They probably show zero remorse, and that's a problem. That's a problem. Welcome back, Krista.
He lost his life. He was just 16 years old. There are some suspects who are under the age of 18, but it appears have been charged as adults. How does South Carolina typically go about cases where you have very serious charges, but people who are technically minors under the law?
In a case like this, where you have allegations of murder, it's all but certain they'll be charged as an adult. The prosecutor's office has discretion to charge minors as in juvenile proceedings, which are handled in family court, versus as adults, which are handled in our court of general sessions, which is felony.
South Carolina, good trouble.
Criminal court. And here, because of the allegations of murder, the loss of life, and what they did in going about orchestrating the crime, the prosecutor's office, in conjunction with the sheriff, elected to charge everybody as adults here, which seems appropriate given the nature and loss of life.
How common is it that you see someone charged with murder? We were talking about bond a little bit earlier, but to get specifically into it, for someone to have that murder charge in South Carolina, but be released on a $20,000 bond?
Not common at all. That's why it seems like this is almost, I'm not going to say slap on the wrist, but a show of force, but not the actions that follow it regarding the bond doesn't seem appropriate. $20,000 bond on murder charge usually does not happen. You'll have bond being denied more frequently, maybe after several bond hearings. If the trial is taking longer to get to a jury, you may have a situation where they may grant bond or set a speedy trial with things like a GPS monitoring, home confinement, periodic check-ins. But $20,000 bond is something that you see on drug cases, maybe even some bad DUIs, not on a murder charge. So I do understand that the others who are also accused of or being charged with murder here may have not been the shooter, but they've been charged with murder. And so just given the seriousness of the allegations, chance of being a flight risk, just because of the nature of the allegations, I know they're young, I'm pretty sure they have parental involvement. You would still think it would be more appropriate to have a bond that seemed more in line with the charges that they're accused of.
Because if even someone doesn't have great financial means and you're facing a $20,000 bond, I mean, what would you typically, the least amount that you would have to post to be able to get out of jail if you're facing that type of bond?
With a 10% surety bond, you can get a bondsman to put up, 7%. The family could put up 3%. So you're looking at that 10% of 20,000. I'm not a mathematician, but I believe that's 2,000, and another 10% of that, 200. You can have a situation where somebody puts.
I don't think they should get bond. I think they should have to sit until their trial, and then see what happens at that point. Once again, you did it. You're gonna learn. Like, there should be no bond. You murdered somebody. Sorry. You're going to sit here and you're going to deal with it in big boy prison too. I'm sorry, but I believe that that's the thing. You want to act like a big boy, you're going to be treated like a big boy, period. And no bond, you deal with it. You go to your trial and we'll see what happens there. And if you're found guilty, then guess what? You're going away, fella. Sorry, bye. And same with the girls, period. And maybe they'd have to keep them in segregation because they're children, but whatever. Learn. Don't fuck up. Stop being stupid. That's all I can say. I'm sorry, my kid, I have no qualms if it was my child that did something like this with doing the same damn thing. You don't deserve to be treated like everybody else because you don't know how to act like everybody else. Sorry.
Just because they give them bail doesn't mean the parents have to bail them out.
That's right. That is absolutely right. And they do. And that's the problem, because I think a lot of parents know that it's their reason. They're the reason why these kids have done this, because they haven't parented right and they start to feel the guilt for it. No. Sorry. Should have thought about that before, when you were not parenting your child and they ended up in this situation. So good luck paying for those attorneys and all that good stuff. No, they don't deserve bail, in my opinion. How many other adult murderers have we seen that don't get bail?
Right.
No big deal to me. Shouldn't have done it. Go to school and get an education and go to college like every other child should be doing. This is bullshit. I'm sorry.
Up $600, and then the bondsman puts up the rest, and then he had payment plans on it. So a $20,000 bond is really nothing for a murder charge. It's easy for somebody to take care of that. Something more appropriate could have been, $250,000 bond, if you're going to give one, just because their age that they are. And even then, in most counties, people, the phrase of catch and release is something that's big here, where people are accused of violent crimes, but they're out on bond quickly. And that's something that seems to be the case here, because you have murder charges. Although they're young, although they may have not been the shooter, the state elected to charge them with that high crime. So
amen.
It's a little odd here, and we'll see what that looks like regarding the local community, how they feel about it moving forward.
Yeah, I know that there was, just from some local media reports, some criticism of the bonds being so low. I don't know if you saw it. Devin Raper, who's the man accused of firing the bullets, at his first court appearance, he started pleading his case in front of the judge. It was just an arraignment. The judge told him to stop. He had said something like, "Oh, there were other people there," and the judge said, "Please talk to your lawyer." Generally speaking, why is it that it is not a good idea and it's not advisable for a suspect to do that in open court?
Early on in the way our South Carolina criminal cases go, you'll have a bond hearing, which is the first time that accused is before a judge. And that's simply to look at what type of bond should be set. It's not to go into the underlying allegations of the crime. And then the accused has the right to remain silent. Anything that could be used against him could be used at the trial of this case. And a bond hearing is not the time for the defendant to start testifying about the facts of it. Everything that he said then is on the record about there being others there, or it wasn't like how it's being portrayed to be, and that can be used by the prosecution later. And the judge was trying to caution him of that, to listen to your lawyer, let your lawyer do the talking, because you could jeopardize your case, even if it's something that you think is insignificant that's said before a judge, when you're testifying under oath and you don't even know what's all in discovery yet. So it's always advisable for, accused to listen to the counsel, the lawyers, only talk when and if you take the stand later on, and let your lawyer do the talking for you.
Yeah, and I'm sure a good amount of heartburn for a defense attorney if you see a client start speaking in the middle of a bond hearing, like what we saw Devin Raper do, knowing that all these other cases hinge in a lot of ways on how his case would play out. What does the timeline look like if these were to keep going forward? What does the timeline look like for how this could be prosecuted?
It's going to take some time. We have a lot of co-defendants who are charged with murder. Of course, the shooter is actually the number one. If this was a organized criminal case, who they're going to be looking to be prosecuted, but everybody else is also charged. There could be more evidence that's collected. You could have plea deals with the associates who may agree to plead to something less, with the condition that they will provide assistance to the government in prosecuting the shooter. So a timeline on this case, easily I could see 2 years before this case going to trial, if it ever goes to trial. This could be a situation, just given their age, there's several options that they could have, with whether it's a lengthy probation, charges being reduced to lower offenses of some of them, depending on what role they played. But I doubt that the state is going to want to make this case seem like a slap on the wrist. I think the $20,000 bond that they got early on the case hurts them later on, because the public is not going to be pleased if this is just something that seemed to be an overreach by the government, where they charged him with murder, slapped him with a $20,000 bond, and then later gave him probation of like 4 years. That seems like a injustice for the loss of a life, if they're going to make charges like this so early in the case.
And what is the process typically? I mean, you as a criminal defense attorney, if you have a client who says, "Hey, look, if one of these teenagers is ready for a plea deal, they want this to go away," what is the process of how that could play out?
The prosecution is going to be the one who controls it. Criminal defense attorneys are defense for a reason. They don't control everything regarding scheduling, regarding when all the discovery is ready for the defense lawyer to review. Even if you have somebody who's rushing there and saying they're ready to plea out, things are going to be done on the prosecution's timeline. Now, that doesn't mean it could drag on and on forever. 5-6 years or something of that nature is a very long time. And the accused does have a right to demand a speedy trial if they believe they are ready to go to trial quickly. But ultimately, there's a timeline of, they're out on bond. The lawyers are working with the state in reviewing and receiving all the evidence, going over that evidence with your client, and then entering plea negotiations from there. They can reach out to see if the prosecution is ready to talk, or the prosecution will reach out on their own time. And if a deal can't be worked out, then you prepare for trial.
All right, we'll see how this case plays out. Definitely, 9 people at this point. We'll see if any more people are charged. Tyler Bailey, always great to have you on Law and Crime. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
It just infuriates me, because they expect to get away with this. They expect to get slaps on their wrist. They expect to get the house arrest or the probation for 5 years. I mean, it's just no. If you're going to pretend to be a grown person and act like you're grown and do stupid shit, guess what? You play stupid games, you get stupid prizes. That's all I'm saying. It's just enough. That's why they keep doing these things, because they see, you know, and on the internet and in the news that other kids are doing these things and they're getting off with nothing. It's part of the problem, in my opinion. I'm just saying. Any thoughts there, Marma Bar? Marma Burr?
Nope.
Like I said, guys, even my own children, I would feel the same way about. If you want to agree, mommy and I.
Pretty much. I mean,
What'd you say?
I said pretty much.
Yeah, there's no excuse for something like that, you know. These kids are trying to be tough guys. Oh, I got a gun. I'm gonna shoot you because you looked at my girlfriend. Grow up. Get over yourself, buddy. I don't understand it. I just don't, and I'm real sick of seeing it. Speedy trial like BK, right? Yeah. Just let Magistrate Megan Marshall pencil them in. Let's say 6 months, 100%. Good point, Tomboy. Good point. No specific thoughts on that one, Bear?
No. It's just childish.
It's ridiculous. It's just, and there's so much more every day. We see it happening more and more and more. It is ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, I think that's because they see that there's not going to be severe consequences for what they do, and they continuously do it. Maybe if we were a little bit more severe and a little bit more locked down, it would slow them down at least, in my opinion. Maybe. You never know. There's a lot of mental health issues nowadays within this stuff too. So there's that too. You never know. All right, let me see. Where we at now? Where we go? Where we'll be? Oh, I do have this other one too I wanted to put out. But a missing girl. 1 second. 16-year-old. Hold on a minute here. Sorry, guys. Her name is Ali Lowitzer. I think I pronounced it correctly. I think that's right. I hope it's right. But anyway, I don't know if anybody else has heard of this. Just to give you a heads up. Got to take a look at it. Here we go. And here we go.
And this is Missing. Thank you for joining us. Each week, we cover a missing person case that isn't getting much attention. Every missing person matters, no matter their race, background, or circumstances. By highlighting these cases and sharing their stories, we believe every case is solvable. And together, we can bring answers to the family and friends of the missing. This week, our featured case takes us to Spring, Texas. A teenage girl vanishes after getting off her school bus. Ali Lowitzer had made a plan with her mom to get off the bus and then walk a stretch of road to her job to pick up her paycheck and then walk back home.
You're going to walk straight to work. You're going to text me, let me know that you're there, and you're going to text me and let me know if you're going to work.
Well, that text never came. Joanne Lowitzer came home to an empty house that day and no Ali. That was 15 years ago. Coming up, we're going to take a closer look at the events of that day and talk to both of Ali's parents about the investigation into her disappearance. Before we get to that, I have several other missing cases I want to share with you, starting with a teen found safely. After 20 days, 17-year-old Adriana Bussey has been located and she is safe. Her disappearance on July 17th from Carthage, Missouri, sparked a massive search in her community and surrounding areas. Stacy Bussey says her daughter was found 4 hours away. Carthage police say Adriana voluntarily contacted authorities by the phone and then turned herself in. She, as I said, is safe, and arrangements are now being made to reunite her with her family. Police say this was not an abduction, and at no time was there a threat to the public. They also say the incident was isolated and no criminal activity is suspected. We're just thankful Adriana is home safe. Another arrest in the case of a missing realtor from Huntsville, Alabama. Ronald Dumas Jr. vanished in December of 2024. His car was found hours away in Memphis, Tennessee. Police now have Kiera Clark in custody, one of 5 suspects wanted in Ronald's disappearance. She's charged with aggravated kidnapping, trafficking for a commercial sex act, assault, and burglary. 4 other people were also arrested in connection with this case, and 3 others are still wanted.
Nobody has come forward yet that can point us to where Ronnie is. And, you know, so that's the biggest thing right now is just trying to find that one person or multiple people. Somebody knows where he's at.
This case remains under investigation. We also have an incredible story of survival to share with you after 13-year-old in Missouri vanishes. Dakota Trinkle Jr. was found safe at the bottom of a 240-foot ravine 4 days after he went missing. Dakota was out skateboarding at the time when he disappeared. He suffered a traumatic leg injury, and he was out there in the elements for 96 hours without food or water. He was then airlifted to the hospital, according to the sheriff, and is now recovering. Good news there. All right, now to this week's featured case. Joanne Lowitzer found us on social media asking for help, desperately trying to get the word out about her missing daughter, Allie.
Hi, my name is Joanne Lowitzer. I live in Spring, Texas, and I joined TikTok to help spread the word about my missing daughter. Her name is Alexandria. We call her Allie for short.
Allie was 16 years old when she got off the school bus that day in Spring, Texas, a suburb north of Houston. 3 witnesses reported seeing her stop at the corner to send a text. She was supposed to walk home from there, or first to get her paycheck at her job and then home. The first time her mom had given her permission to make that walk, but Allie never showed up.
Megastar.
At 16, Allie Lowitzer wasn't afraid to take center stage. She loved softball and volleyball, fishing with her family, and being silly with friends. But her real passion was art.
Like one of the peppers from our garden.
Her mom, Joanne, has saved many of Allie's pieces, now a source of pride and pain.
It's been 15 years, and you know, I look at her artwork and I'm like, I still have all of this that she left that still exists. Allie is in every single room in my house.
These are the last images of Allie, taken moments before she got off her school bus, April 26, 2010, at her normal stop in Spring, Texas. Allie had begged her mom to let her walk the short distance to her job so she could pick up her paycheck and maybe an extra shift. She'd never walked the busy street before, and Joanne had conditions.
You're going to walk straight to work. You're going to text me, let me know that you're there, and you're going to text me and let me know if you're going to work.
Instead, Joanne came home to an empty house and no text.
Just thought, okay, well, she must be busy with work and she can't text me back immediately.
Several more texts and no response.
8 o'clock rolled around, 8:30 rolled around, So finally 8:45, because I knew they closed at 9, I went up there and I was going to tell her what was what, and I pulled up right in front of the doors and all the chairs were on the tables. No one's there.
Panicked, Joanne called police and Allie's father, who lived nearby.
So my thought was, well, she's just being rebellious. She's probably out with somebody, didn't want to tell you.
That changed the next morning.
Allie was the type that she loved to go to school. She didn't want to miss school. That's where all of her friends were. For her to not be there to get ready for school was a huge red flag for me.
The
Welcome,
big
James.
question, had Allie ever made it to Burger Barn? The owner and several other workers said the same thing.
He said that no, that she didn't show up, that he hadn't seen her.
The school bus would have come from that direction and stopped right here.
Joanne has retraced her daughter's route hundreds of times, where she stopped to text her boyfriend, then turned to walk the short distance out of their development, down the busier quarter-mile stretch to the first intersection and the strip mall where Burger Barn used to be.
Video surveillance was looked for in the area, and there was nothing in the immediate area that would point us in the right direction of which direction she went to or if she left with somebody.
Sheriff's investigators say it wasn't unusual for the restaurant to close early if it wasn't busy.
The owner and the employees who worked there at the time, and even prior employees who worked there, they were all cooperative and cooperated with our investigation.
Months of searching the woods around the neighborhood yielded no clues. Allie's colorful backpack and cell phone gone. Her parents left staring at that stretch of road.
It's a straight shot to the strip center where the Burger Barn was, so you really couldn't get off the beaten path, so to speak. I strongly believe that somebody knew exactly what they were doing, and they did it fast.
A bench at the local park honors Allie's memory, and her birthday, February 3rd, is now recognized as National Missing Persons Day. After 11 years, Joanne finally brought herself to paint over the chalkboard walls of Allie's bedroom. But she treasures her other walls, filled with Allie's art.
My baby did this, and it makes me really proud. On the other hand, it makes me very sad because I literally will daydream about what she would have created if she was still with us.
Joining us now are Allie's parents, Joanne Lowitzer and John Lowitzer. Thank you both for your time. I really appreciate you talking to us as we try to help in the search for Allie all these years later. I would imagine there's not a day that goes by that you don't think about Allie and wonder what happened. Joanne, let me start with you and some of your fondest memories of your daughter. What do you want people to know about Allie?
Allie's a very passionate person. If you were a friend of hers, she would do anything for you. Not just her friends, but her creativity was very important for her. I think it was a good outlet for her. And animals, her pets, she was very compassionate. If she saw a stray dog, she would try to find its owner. She was that type of person, very passionate and caring.
And had a big heart. John, how about you? When you think of Allie and your relationship with her, what comes to mind?
So I agree with everything that Joanne said. Allie had a big heart. She was friends with just about everybody, even though she kept her friend circle small. She kept a lot of people very close to her. She loved outdoors. She loved fishing. She loved Girl Scouts, being involved in softball, so very active. Just a very, very bright person, very creative. She loved to sing, and she was starting to get into plays at school and things like that, and just seemed to be like a passion of hers.
Joanne, what was going on in Allie's life at the time that she disappeared? Were there any things that you look back on that then became red flags, or did things seem normal?
No red flags. Things did seem pretty normal. She went missing on a Monday, so that weekend was normal. Her new boyfriend was at the house. He was teaching her how to, ride a skateboard and, just enjoying each other's time, playing video games and laughing and joking. And it was very typical.
John, as I understand it, in the initial hours, you thought and you shared that maybe she was at a friend's house. At what point did it turn in your mind that something else may have happened?
Yeah, so the initial feeling for that was, she's a rebellious teenager. She's probably with a friend or something like that. Gave it a little bit of time, a little bit of a understanding, a little bit of leeway, and that she would come home. However, by the next morning, when she had not come home, that was when it really sunk in for me that something was definitely wrong, because that was very out of character for her. She was not somebody to be away from the house for a very long time. In
so many of the cases we cover regarding teens, the the thought of them running away often comes up. Joanne, I know that was initially part of police response. Take us back to that day and your interaction with police and how they approached the case and Allie's disappearance.
When the initial deputy showed up at the house that evening,
You're not blocked, James. I see you right here, buddy. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us in between jobs. Appreciate you.
I see you too.
you know, we were explaining to her what we had already done. We had already been out looking for Allie once I discovered that the restaurant was closed. Allie was immediately profiled, her age and her being female. The deputy looked in Allie's room very briefly, saw that there was black paint on the walls, and you know that Allie would wear eyeliner and black clothes, and very dismissive, I feel. And as she was leaving, she said, call us when Allie comes home.
How have you both confronted the challenges of that profiling, of the thought that it's a teenage girl, they leave, they'll come back? Joanne, I'll start with you on that. And has that changed over all these years in how people help search for Allie?
It was very upsetting for me about how dismissive they were. I understand that teenagers run away, they take off, and
thank you for being here, Gigi.
You know your child better than anybody else, you know, especially a deputy that had never even met our family before. And for us to be told that Allie ran away was very disappointing. And to be honest, she had the label of a runaway until she was 18. And then when she was the legal age of an adult, they could no longer label her that.
John, what are your thoughts on that, and how much investigatively do you believe you all lost in those initial hours and days, if that was in fact the approach?
Yeah, so the initial contact with law enforcement was that night, and you know, the officer was like, well, you know, she's probably out, you know, she'll come home, don't worry about it. Joanne and I, as Allie's parents, we know Allie better than anybody, and I'm 100% confident that as much as we were trying to be convinced that she was a runaway, we were trying to convince them that she was not. And I think we lost valuable time in those first 24 to 48 hours where we could have been, and I say we collectively, law enforcement and whoever could help, could have actually been out, you know, doing some good and doing some research and searching. But I think we lost valuable time in those first 24 to 48 hours. And then the weeks after that were tough as well.
Yeah, I think about the case that we covered this week, the girl in Missouri, and social media played a big part in getting the word out that she was missing, and it had so many people talking. 15 years ago, was there coverage of Allie's disappearance? Was there social media outrage at that point? And were people on the ground searching other than you guys?
So, John, if you don't mind. So at that time, 15 years ago, there was social media platforms like MySpace, and Facebook was really just kind of in its infant stages. So I don't think that there was that much of a social media presence. I think Allie might have just started to have a Facebook account, and she was not active on it. So the social media aspect of it, I don't think was there. A lot of the legwork was done by myself, Joanne, our immediate family, our immediate friends, and literally just plastering the area with flyers that we had made, homemade flyers with pictures, and going to different places and asking questions. And as information was coming in, we would go talk to people and we would try to follow up on those leads. So that was a lot of that manual work, if you will. We didn't really have the social media presence at that time.
So you only have, the evidence of the footage of her on the bus, and then witnesses that say they saw her texting on that corner. Joanne, what about her phone? I know that both of you continued to pay for the phone, hoping that it would ping or that she would call home. Let's start there. Is that your best piece of evidence right now? And do you know at this point who she was texting?
We do know that her last text after she got off the bus was to one of her friends, asking what they were going to do that evening and if they could get together and hang out. That it did go missing with her everything. That the bus footage shows her backpack, her cell phone, her school ID, everything went missing with her. And the last ping on her phone was right there at the entrance of the neighborhood, right at about the time that she stepped off the bus.
And John, as we look at the images of Allie and those who were there at that point, do you have any suspicions on anyone who was in the area? And do you have any theories at this point about what happened after she got off that bus?
It's really tough to say if there is a specific person or anybody as a person of interest, because we just don't know. She just kind of like up and vanished, and we really don't have any witnesses, which makes it really, really tough. The pictures that you see there with her on the bus with her backpack and her cell phone, it's unfortunate that those are the last photos that I have of my daughter. And I don't want those to be the last ones that I have of her, and I don't have a choice in the matter, but at this time, but
yeah. As we mentioned, Allie's birthday, February 3rd, is now honored as National Missing Persons Day. Have you all worked with organizations? And I know I saw that age progression photo. Have there been any tips or possible sightings, any leads throughout the years, Joanne, that have led you to believe that Allie's out there somewhere and that we can find her?
To be honest, it's been 15 years and the tips have been all over the place. We worked really close with NCMEC. We haven't had a very good relationship with law enforcement, but recently we have reconnected with them. And they assured us that they do track down every tip that comes in. So with that being said, the tips over the years have been sightings in Alaska. Allie was shopping in a Walmart, but then at the same time, she was, in a Walmart on the East Coast shopping. She supposedly was seen having dinner in a restaurant in a completely different state. And then we've gotten tips that, images of her were found on adult websites, and to be sent those images just to rule those out is pretty horrific. But, I look at every single one of them just to see if it could be her or not. So today we still continue to get tips of sightings of Allie, but nothing has led anywhere.
Joanne, the reason I know about Allie's case is because of your TikTok account and that you reached out to us. How has that helped fill the void of the unknown for you and seeing a community out there who is searching and helping, a lot of people who do care?
I was very skeptical of TikTok at first, because you hear that people just go on there and make silly videos. And A friend encouraged me to go on there just to see what it was like. And I was very surprised about the missing person and true crime community that is there, and the help and support that they offer. And through TikTok, I've been able to get more information and connect with investigators that have been working the case recently.
A powerful tool. John, what would be your advice to other families who, heaven forbid, find themselves with a child who goes missing in those immediate moments, hours, and days, so that they can do their best to bring their loved one home based on what you all have been through?
So I would say, first off, take preventative measures so that you don't get into a situation like that. Educate yourself, educate your kids, take advantage of community programs that may be available, online programs that may be available to educate yourself and educate your kids should there be a situation like that. If you do find yourself in a situation like that, I would say make sure that you've done as much of your homework as possible, get in touch with law enforcement as quickly as possible, and really just kind of take everything. The way that we approached it was we did a lot of legwork ourselves, so be prepared to do it.
Joanne, if you could say anything to Allie, what would you tell her?
I would tell her that I love her. And that if she is alive out there somewhere, that we're not going to stop until we find you. So don't give up hope.
Joanne and John, thank you. I know it's difficult, but I appreciate you giving us some of your time and sharing part of Allie with us. And we are here to partner with you and help as you continue to look for her. Thank you to you both.
Thank you so much.
If you have any information that can help in this case and bring answers to this family about what happened to Allie Lowitzer, you can contact the Harris County Sheriff's Office, Detective Timothy Hayes on the case. If you have a missing case you think we should investigate, visit our missing page on newsnationnow.com. Many of the cases we cover come from you. You can also find me on TikTok, Missing with Marnie. Sign up for our weekly missing newsletter as well for the latest missing cases that we're working on. I'm Marnie Hughes in Chicago. As always, thank you for joining us. Thank you to Joanne and John. I'll see you back here next week for another missing case.
Very sad. Very sad, very sad, very sad. 16 years. And the way that they treated her, the parents saying that, well, because she looks like this, then she's a runaway.
Yeah. I hate that.
That is not anywhere near acceptable to me. I'm sorry. That blows my mind. You have no idea just because this child wears eyeliner and wears Slipknot t-shirts doesn't mean she ran away from home. She could be a very, very happy child. That's absolute bullshit to me. Sorry. I do have one more, something a little different. It's an update on an older case. For those of you that are familiar, hang on a minute here. Do you remember the Jesse Calhoun case, Mama Bear?
Ooh, it sounds very familiar.
I'm going to bring up an update on this. No problem, Krista.
Jesse Calhoun.
Oregon serial killer.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I got a couple updates in this one. They're looking like that there's somebody else he may have killed. Or some others, possibly.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. A minute here. All right, here we go. I appreciate it, Krista.
Oh, that's right, Meg. I remember now.
Okay. Well, thank you everyone for coming. My name is Nathan Vasquez, and I am the district attorney for Multnomah County.
Yeah, you guys are gonna have to crank it. Good Lord.
To announce that the grand jury has indicted Jesse Calhoun for the November 20th, 2022 murder of Kristen Smith. As you may know, Mr. Calhoun is already charged with murdering Charity Perry, Joanna Speaks, and Bridget Webster between the dates of March and April of 2023. This indictment adds 2 additional counts: murder in the second degree and abuse of a corpse in the second degree. I am joined here today by Kristen Smith's mother and grandmother, as well as her sister and family members of the other victims as well. Today, we also have with us from the Portland Police, we have Sergeant Kim Hubbard and I believe Detective Jeff Pontius, some of our lead investigators on this matter. For the District Attorney's Office, our office has been represented by and will continue to work on this case Senior Deputy DA Melissa Marrero, Chief Deputy DA Todd Jackson, and Deputy DA Charlie Weiss. This remains a very active investigation.
The hell? Hold on. No, sorry guys. Hang on a minute. Their audio is horrible.
It is.
That's the best I can do there. That's on their end.
Prosecutors have had ongoing and continued contact with the family throughout this investigation. And we've worked hard to make sure and assure them that this case was being actively worked. And the announcement today of this indictment, it's a very important and visible step for this path as we seek justice for these victims. I want to take this opportunity to thank Portland Police Bureau, specifically Detective Pontius and Detective Stephen Gandy, also the Multnomah County, Clackamas County, and Washington County Sheriff's Office, including their search and rescue teams who did extensive work on this. The Medical Examiner's Office has also contributed greatly, as well as the Gresham Police Department, the East Major Crimes Team, the Oregon State Crime Lab, and the FBI for their tireless work to bring forth justice for Kristen Smith. Hopefully by that list, you can understand that this has been a huge team effort by this community.
Yeah, I have it turned all the way up. It's something on their end.
I also want to thank the many
What a bag of garbage can.
these various agencies that have overall contributed to the investigation of the deaths of each of these women. This has been a difficult process for the families, but we are dedicated to pressing forward to obtain justice for these victims and for their families. I'm going to be turning over in a minute. I know that that Kristen Smith's mother would like to make some comments. I'm going to have her come up if she'd like to at this time. And then we'll probably also be hearing from Senior Deputy Melissa Marrero and from Sergeant Kim Hubbard.
Thank you. Oh my word. That got really loud.
You may know this is my other daughter, Haley, that's been right there beside me this whole nightmare roller coaster. But I'm sorry, I'm really overwhelmed with emotion. I stayed strong, doing all I could, trying to save my daughter. And it was just unbearable to find out I was too late and needed help finding her. And I did everything I could to try to get answers and fight and search. And I couldn't have done any of that or survived each day if it wasn't for my family, if it wasn't for my daughter, without my friends.
Oh, for God's sakes, come on.
Friends that didn't care where we were going or what we were doing. We just went and we were searching, hanging flyers, everything. I want to thank everybody for all the support and love and keeping Kristen's name and memory alive and not forgotten. I thank the other victims' families for staying by my side the whole way.
Hang on. Okay, I'll jump to this one. This is what the other one was talking about too, but I don't know if it has the presser in it. Hold on.
Waiting for this announcement for years. Her daughter, Kristen Smith, was reported missing and found dead back in 2022. And Jesse Calhoun has been a person of interest in this case for years, but now the DA's office says they have enough evidence to finally charge him with her death.
It's been a long, agonizing
There we go.
898 days since the day I found out Kristen Smith was deceased.
For more than 2 years, Melissa Smith has been waiting for answers after her daughter's body was found in a wooded area in Pleasant Valley. Last year, when Jesse Calhoun was indicted for the deaths of 3 women, Charity Perry, Bridget Webster, and Joanna Speaks, Melissa Smith was there to support the other families, but was disappointed her daughter was not included.
I can't explain the agonizing pain I felt that day. That Kristen was not one of those girls. I stood strong with the other families and was happy they got their answers. I prayed every day this day would come for me, for us.
On Tuesday, the Multnomah County District Attorney Nathan Vasquez announced Calhoun will also be charged with additional counts of second-degree murder and abuse of a corpse for the death of Kristen Smith. Outside the Multnomah County Courthouse, Kristen's family is overjoyed that their case is moving forward.
Just felt my stomach drop. My emotions are all over the place. Shortness of breath, but want to scream of happiness.
But with all their excitement, they don't want to forget a 5th woman, Ashley Rael. Calhoun is still considered a person of interest in her case, but there has been no formal indictment yet. DA Vasquez says he's working closely with Clackamas County on her case, and all of these families hope answers will be coming soon.
When he gets indicted, or whoever gets indicted for Ashley, we're all going to be here again.
Yep. And we will be standing right here with Ashley's family.
While all the families are now celebrating Calhoun's indictment and Smith's case, when asked if they want a trial or a settlement agreement with the suspect, they all agreed they're looking forward to a trial.
Not having any answers, watching public speculation, and then when you do know something, they're not things that you can share. It's not just conviction of a guilty party. It's just finally being able to let go and for everyone to know the truth. I think that that can only be done in a trial.
We deserve that.
Now, the DA's office says that possible trial is scheduled or is expected to be scheduled in 2027, but there is a long road ahead of them before they're ready to go into a courtroom. Reporting live in downtown Portland, Spencer Schott, Fox 12 Oregon.
That was Spencer Schott reporting. And we did hear from Spencer, who said that the DA's office does say that it'll be 2027 before that trial may get underway, which would be almost a year and a half until court proceedings begin to play out for accused killer Jesse Calhoun. The timeline of the case shows just how complex this investigation really is. Investigative reporter Adrian Thomas continues our team coverage with more on the events leading up to today.
It's a puzzling
Trey.
investigation that took about a year to provide clarity, and there's still much we don't know. But after more than 2 years since he was named as a person of interest in the murders of several women in the metro area, accused killer Jesse Calhoun now faces 4 murder charges as of today, with some of the investigation still playing out. The first half of 2023 in the Portland metro area saw several disturbing crime scenes involving missing women. On February 19th, 2023, 22-year-old Kristen Smith's body was found in southeast Portland. Shortly thereafter, the disturbing chain of events continued. On April 8, 2023, the body of 32-year-old Joanna Speaks was found in Ridgefield. Just over 2 weeks later, on April 24th, the body of 24-year-old Charity Perry was found in East Multnomah County. And 6 days later, on April 30th, the body of 31-year-old Bridget Webster was found in Polk County. And finally, on May 7th, 2023, the body of 22-year-old Ashley Real was discovered in Clackamas County. 2 months later, in July 2023, the Multnomah County District Attorney's Office reported investigators had a person of interest in connection with the deaths of several of the women, but had not yet named Calhoun publicly. Calhoun would be a person of interest for nearly a year until May 2024, when he was indicted by a Multnomah County grand jury in the murders of Charity Perry, Bridget Webster, and Joanna Speaks. At the time, he was serving another prison sentence for other unrelated crimes he had committed. Past court documents showing Calhoun with a long criminal history, including identity theft, burglary, drug possession, and unlawful possession of firearms. In the murders of Perry, Webster, and Speaks, prosecutors allege Calhoun killed some of those victims weeks before their bodies were found. He made his first court appearance on the murder charges for those 3 women last June, where he pled not guilty to all counts. At the time, he was considered a person of interest in the deaths of Kristen Smith and Ashley Real, but no additional charges were brought forth until now. And another detail that came to light over the last 2 years was Calhoun had actually been granted clemency by Governor Kate Brown in an unrelated prison sentence in 2021. Now, this was due to his time as a prison firefighter in the 2020 wildfire season, meaning he was a free man at the time he allegedly committed the 2023 murders. Right now, Calhoun's trial is set for early 2027. In studio, Adrian Thomas, Fox 12 Oregon.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Any thoughts on that one, Mama Burr?
No, it's kind of like you said. Wow.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Hang on a minute. Give me 1 second here. I had it, but it's not there now. Of course not, because that's what happens to me. Well, I'm just talking to myself, complaining to myself.
What?
I said I'm complaining to myself. Are
Okay,
you talking to me?
Why are you complaining to yourself?
Because things aren't going my way. Out here. And my computer. Okay, that one, no. All right, then we'll go to this one. All right, 1 minute. Let's see here. Oh, my Lord. One minute, guys. Bear with me. Huh. Of course. It's what they do there and there. And okay, so I'm going to go here. Still talking to myself. Sorry. Don't ask me why I do that. Probably because I get used to doing it.
I was gonna say because you got used to me not being around.
That's probably a huge possibility. Yes. Very possible. Very possible. There we go. All right, so we still have going on Jaden Spicer out of Kentucky. As of 4 hours ago, they updated it with, there's not a lot that's showing. Massive search effort underway for the 10-year-old Kentucky boy who has been missing for several days. Jaden Spicer was last seen Tuesday evening in the community of Jackson in Breathitt County, Kentucky. That is the eastern part of the state, about a half an hour and a half southeast of Lexington. Sorry. Also, Spicer was reported missing to Kentucky State Police in Panbull Branch Road around 9:23 a.m. on Wednesday, August 6th. KSB said they believe Spicer may have left his home during the overnight hours or early Wednesday morning. Troopers and local search rescue teams responded quickly and where'd it go? God, I hate when I lose when it moves, it screws me up. Anyway, also used aircraft, drones, K9, and sonar. WKYT said even a state senator, Brandon Smith, has joined search efforts. An update on Friday said the organized efforts have thoroughly searched all areas. This was just released 4 hours ago, and there's still no update with it.
Jeez.
Hang on here.
SRB said, wait, they may have found him, Dago, waiting on confirmation.
Really? Where? And how did you know that?
Because she is the SRB. That's why. And how.
Okay, so let's see. I saw a notification. A lot. Sorry, I was interrupted by a bunch of talking. Hold on, in my background, found Jaden Spicer, Twiz, awaiting confirmation. Okay. Well, then
Hi, Twiz.
Hold, please. Okay. Everybody hold. Don't move.
Whatever. I gotta get groceries done. Yeah, it's the missing kid.
If that's the case, and they do find him, all these other creators that put out all this bullshit about the parents, shame on you. That's all I can say. Flipping JLR constantly. Stepdad exposed. You can't see me. I'm behind the tree.
Good Lord.
Let me beam over to the other case.
Oh, my goodness.
Drives me nuts. And I got to give them props. You know what I'm saying? They had nothing to do with what happened to this child. Then good for them for staying out of the public limelight and not being wrapped up in the bullshit. Oh, he's beyond a drama king.
Yeah.
They found him yesterday? What, Twiz? Shut up, Twiz. He's got to be acting crazy. We'd have seen something. Oh, and Clutch Your Balls is talking about it too. Of course. Sorry, folks, I can't stand him, so I'm going to say something ignorant about that.
Like, wow, okay.
Sorry, I don't do him at all. Also, I did have 1 second while we're waiting on that. A possibility of yes. So I did cover the Devil's Den murders. You guys remember that with that crazy looking school teacher guy?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think his name is Andrew McGann. Well, there's something new on him. This was the other story I was going to show you. I was waiting on the Jaden Spicer thing, but it's all good. We'll check this out real quick.
Accused Devil's Den State Park killer in Arkansas. He's now under arrest. He was busted at a barber shop. He's accused of stabbing a mom and dad to death who were just on a weekend hike with their young daughters. Could he also be the man who police say stabbed and killed a hiker at Devil's Lake State Park in Wisconsin nearly 5 years ago? What makes these cases so similar to the point that detectives are now looking into that possibility? We're on the case presented by Law and Crime. I'm Chris Stewart. Could Andrew McGann have struck years before he allegedly killed a mom and dad who were hiking with their young daughters at Devil's Den State Park in Arkansas? Detectives in Wisconsin are now looking into that possibility. I talked to a detective in Sauk County, Wisconsin this morning about the unsolved murder of a man named John Schmutzer. He was just 24 years old when he was stabbed to death inside Devil's Lake State Park on October 14th, 2020. Obviously, there is the similarity in the names of the parks: Devil's Den State Park in Arkansas and Devil's Lake State Park north of Madison in Wisconsin. Devil's Lake State Park is actually the busiest state park in the Badger State, and it was very busy on the fall day that Schmutzer was killed because it was prime leaf watching season. And so many people, detectives say, came to the park that day to see the changing leaves, driving from states away to do it. Police say it was at 11:38 in the morning, right at the middle of the day, that someone attacked and killed John Schmutzer. He was stabbed to death on Grottoes Trail on the south side of this state park. Detectives say there were no pictures of the suspect, but multiple people saw someone who is considered the person of interest to this day in this unsolved murder. Before I get to that description, it's important to compare how this case in Wisconsin's Devil's Lake State Park played out compared to the murders that McGann's now accused of committing at Devil's Den State Park in Arkansas. I also want to be clear before we go any further, Andrew McGann's not accused in this case out of Wisconsin, and the detectives that are working that case tell me at this point, everything's preliminary and they're really just exchanging notes with detectives in Arkansas. McGann's currently being held without bond in Northwest Arkansas for allegedly killing Kristen and Clinton Brink on July 26th of this year in Devil's Den State Park in Arkansas. This couple had just moved to Arkansas with their young daughters. Clinton, the dad, was expecting to start a new job the following Monday as a milk delivery driver. Police say the couple were hiking in a remote part of the park. There was no cell service, and then McGann attacked his family with a knife. He allegedly went for Clinton, the father, first. At that point, Kristen, the mom, rushed their 7- and 9-year-old daughters to safety, and those girls provided key information that helped bring Andrew McGann to justice and into custody. Now, those girls were able to get to a visitor station and call 911. But Kristen, their mom, went back to try and help her husband, Clinton, and that's when police say McGann stabbed and killed her. McGann fled. Police say he did it in a black Kia sedan. It had the license plate covered with some form of black tape, but the fact they were able to identify it as a Kia helped them track McGann to a barbershop. In fact, McGann really didn't hide his vehicle. He drove that car allegedly to that barbershop where he was arrested on June 30th. It was parked right outside. He was just about 5 minutes into his haircut when detectives entered the barbershop and they put him under arrest. We talked to the barbers who were there that day, and they say what stood out to them was that McGann would not give his name, and he also didn't want any hair cut off the top of his head. And they told us they think that's because he wanted to cover his face as he was still on the run. Police believe they have a very strong case in Arkansas against Andrew James McGann. They say they have the murder weapon, they have DNA that ties him to the murders, and they also say he confessed to some extent while he was in custody. It's unclear specifically what he said. We have requested video of the interrogation, and one day, once this case is settled, maybe we'll be able to see that. McGahn has yet to enter a plea, and he's being represented by a public defender. When he was on the run, police released this picture, allegedly of McGahn in dark clothing on the day of the Brinks.
Are you talking about the game, Brian? Oh, I'm not worried about SRB. No big deal. We'll figure it out eventually. If you're talking about the game, then yes, all the time. It was my favorite game for a long time.
Murders. They say it was a witness who took this picture of McGahn from behind. Now, police had described the person of interest at that point as a medium-built white man wearing sunglasses, fingerless gloves, and he had dark clothing on with that backpack. Witnesses also say they saw him allegedly leave the park with blood on his face. You compare that description to the one that law enforcement in Wisconsin have put out to the public as they are working the murder of John Schmutzer at Devil's Lake State Park. Again, this was a murder back in 2020. The detective I talked with this morning say that witnesses call the person of interest in this case the runner. And the runner is still the person of interest in this murder to this day. Now, they don't have any pictures of the runner, but he is described as a 5'10" white man who was wearing all dark clothing and was seen running frantically through the park at the time of Schmutzer's murder in October 2020. Detectives say they do not have the murder weapon in this case. Now, we've been trying to put together the background of Andrew James McGahn and understanding how he got to Arkansas, and Wisconsin may line up with where he was around 2020. McGahn is a public school teacher by trade, which is disturbing in and of itself. He was going to start teaching at a public elementary school the week after his arrest in Springdale, Arkansas. When we first heard the name Andrew James McGahn, we put his name into truthfinder.com, and surprisingly, nothing really came up. And that says a lot because Truthfinder rarely can't find information on someone. And that's kind of a story in and of itself, where it appears that McGahn really tried to cover his tracks. Here at Law and Crime, we partner with Truthfinder. We use it to get details on the people involved in our stories. But even if you don't work in true crime, it can be an excellent resource to give you some peace of mind, as it is one of the largest public record search services in the United States. And with the paid subscription service, you get access to unlimited reports about almost anyone. And by the way, right now, you can get 50% off your first month of confidential background reports. Just go to truthfinder.com. Years, going back to 2022. Prior to that, we know that McGahn grew up in the southwestern suburbs of Chicago. And we actually spoke to one of his childhood friends recently who said that McGahn had somewhat of a very normal upbringing. He played Little League baseball. His dad was the coach of the Little League team. His mom was from Oklahoma, and that's why the friend believed he moved out west. Now, when I asked about what stood out to him now, thinking of Andrew McGahn, the accused killer, he said without a doubt his anger was a major problem and it made people uncomfortable. He also said that at some point after high school, McGahn cut off a lot of people that he spoke with, blocking them on social media, really out of the blue.
From what I know, people that were really close to him, he they all lost contact with him. Like, I don't know what happened, honestly, but they said, yeah, he ended up blocking me or something. And that's what I've heard. So
now it's unclear what happened in McGahn's life for him to cut off so many people who he grew up with and what we've been told was a pretty close-knit community, and for him to move away from the Midwest. The suburbs of Chicago, obviously not that far from Wisconsin, and Devil's Lake State Park is a place where people from the Chicago area go to see the changing leaves and take in some nature in the fall. The detective I spoke to said one of the big challenges they faced in this investigation is that there were so many people in the park that day, so many people that traveled from states away, that came, saw the leaves, and then went back home to wherever that may be, that it was hard to interview every single person who may have seen something. And there may still be people today who are jogging their memories, thinking about what they saw on that trip in 2020. And they are still hoping people reach out for information that could help them solve the murder of John Schmutzer. Now, this isn't the only cold case that law enforcement has contacted police in Arkansas about after McGann's arrest. Vermont State Police reached out about the October 3rd, 2023 murder of 77-year-old Honore Fleming. She was a former college dean who entered a hiking trail in Castleton, Vermont around 4 p.m. one day, and then she was found dead at 4:30 p.m. She had a gunshot wound to the head. This is the sketch that Vermont State Police put out almost 2 years ago. They also put out a description from witnesses, and they say the person of interest in that murder was described as a male standing about 5'10", having short red hair, and he was wearing a dark gray t-shirt and carrying a black backpack. Now, even though that description does sound very similar to Andrew McGann, we admit it sounds like a lot of people. Police in Vermont say, after talking with Arkansas police last week, at this point, there is, quote, no known link between those cases. But we do want to say, if you have any information about the murder of Honore Fleming, contact Vermont State Police. Joining us now is retired police sergeant and cold case expert Troy Hillman. Thank you for taking the time to be with us on Law and Crime today. What are some of the similarities you see between this unsolved case out of Wisconsin and then what Andrew McGann is accused of in Arkansas?
Well, you had in both cases, you had a very brazen, broad daylight, it appears to be a blitz attack. And again, I don't know all the details, but it was the tool that was used was a knife in both cases, and it was somebody of somewhat of a strength and stature to overcome grown adults. And in the case of Arkansas, two grown adults, and so you had somebody that was almost a predator type.
And when I talked to detectives this morning, they were in Sauk County, Wisconsin, they were very much saying, this is preliminary. We're exchanging notes, giving phone calls, and talking with some of the detectives in Arkansas. Take us inside those conversations typically. When you have a police department, you have this unsolved case, you see Andrew McGann, you see some of the details that's been reported as far as what he's accused of in Arkansas. What's the conversation like when you're asking questions, trying to figure out if there is a link to the unsolved case?
Yeah, they're definitely great to be cautious because you don't want to come out and label something as such beforehand, but I would say that they're asking questions about looking at his timeline of where he was. Could he have been in the area? Maybe looking at cell phone data, that kind of thing, just to put him there and kind of figure out where he's been, where he's traveled to. Obviously, both cases, it would have been probably somebody or somewhere that he was familiar with and felt comfortable in that environment doing what he did.
Yeah, and he was from the southwestern suburbs of Chicago, graduated high school sometime around 2015, but that's only a couple hours drive to Devil's Lake State Park in Wisconsin. What stands out to you as someone who's investigated not only just crimes, but cold cases when you look at Andrew James McGann and what he's accused of in Arkansas?
Well, I think you look at if you're going to go out and commit a murder, typically the way to do it, usually with strangers, would be use a gun because it doesn't involve getting up close, personal. Typically with a knife attack, in any kind of struggle, you injure yourself, and typically the perpetrator leaves their blood. So it's really not the number one choice if you're going to commit a murder. So in his mind, maybe there was some connection with the devil's name. I don't know how much this is religious, but there should be a treasure trove, maybe looking at his social media, looking at his background, talking to friends, family, and kind of getting a complete picture of who this guy is and how he developed over time, because he would have developed, if he did in fact do the cold case murder in Wisconsin, then he was probably growing.
All right, you guys. So, oh my God, I don't know what to take on this. There's no confirmation on this. This is via the Facebook account. Jay, the page. I'm not going to show it yet, but I want full-blown confirmation on this before we go and say, okay, this is absolutely what happened. This might be what Justin's talking about. Breathitt and Perry County via the Facebook account for the missing child under Jaden Spicer missing. Thank you. There's multiple statements in here. One of them says, so I've just now been told that Jaden Spicer's mother, Felicia, has confessed to killing him and is taking them to the location of his body. Not sure if this is 100% true or not, so I guess we will see. Okay, so there's that. Then on down, Karen Wallace comes back again and says, update again. As of an hour ago, Jaden has been found. His mother buried him in the cemetery by his grandmother. Prayers. This info was given by a member of the Jackson PD. Is the only reason I am trusting it. Okay, so I've just been told that Jaden Spicer's mom, Felicia, has confessed to killing him and is taking him to Jesus fucking Christ. So here we are, not attacking the parents till we find out. And this is, if this is true, officers dispatched to Canoe. Subject is taking them to the location of the body. I heard she confessed to killing. What is your? This is insane. Oh my God. You know what though? At this point, once again, yes. And I'm with you, SRB. I'm not gonna apologize for the way I feel about things anymore. And if people don't like it, they're just gonna have to not like it. Then, you know, look here it is. And this is clean. If this is true, folks, clear cut, 100%, nothing else. Are you here, Bear?
I'm here.
We don't have it coming from law enforcement as of yet, but it came from, based on, this is the Facebook group for him being missing. It came from a law enforcement officer. And I'm reading it from the Facebook group, folks. I've been told again, Jaden Spicer's mom, Felicia, has confessed to killing him. Oh my God. I don't want to put this out as a title or like just out here until we get it verified, but this is what the word is as of now via the missing Jaden Spicer Facebook page. Good God Almighty. And that would explain the child not showing up the night before to the open house for the meet the parent night thing.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus Christ, I don't even know what to say. Yeah, there was Eddie. And you know, I'm going to say I'm sorry right now that I'm with SRB from here on forward. I'm not going to hold back my thoughts on things, because at that point, what did we win or lose from that? Nothing. We just delayed the inevitable, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? Why in the hell, for these people that don't want their children to make the decision until they give them up? Just say you don't want them. Okay? Say you don't want them or you can't handle them, and don't take them back. This is insane. I don't understand how you just kill your child, though. That's the other thing I want to know, is how. And now his two aunts, Samantha especially, is probably going to lose her mind. Saying that Felicia, which is his mother, was going through shit before she took him back. Well, that should have been looked into. I don't know what it is, but it does. It happens so many times, so often that at this point, that's why we think and feel the way we do about things. Yep, and that's it. I agree with you, and I'm out. I'm done with the SRB. This is why we look at parents the way we do. And like you said, my gut was telling me to look at them, but I'm trying to do the right thing here and say, no, we're not going to talk about this, or this until we know, which is still the right thing to do. But in the end, guess what? Here we are. They found a buried pew-pew near the home a few hours ago. So this woman did this with a gun. Why didn't the aunt, Samantha, why didn't they allow her to keep him since she lived with him and helped raise him? Where are you finding your updates at, Tomboy? And it's sad, Eddie. You're right. You know, with what you said yesterday, with the fact that she put that letter out, that cannot be allowed to be the new norm. Well, here's a good reason why, right here. That explains why she probably did it, because she knew that she couldn't stand in front of a camera and lie and get away with it. That's what I was looking at too. The Pike Buchanan community page, right? We've been giving grace to a lot of people that we don't think deserve it. And I get, yeah, well, you know, at this point, that's going to change, I feel. And people are just going to have to understand it. That's all I can say. This is the true crime community for a reason. You know what I mean? That's right, SRB. That's exactly right. We have to look at things with an open mind. You can't just give all grace for red flags. Sorry, not sorry. Bingo. That's a fact. That is a fact. Tomboy, Pike / Buchanan. That's what I thought. Okay. I think a few of us in here had our feelings about. No. Hold on.
Alfred, get over here now.
Yeah, I think a few of us had certain gut feelings, as you can call it, yesterday. We're just trying to suffice others and keep other people from, you know what I mean? That was kind of what that's about. But at this point now, I'm done doing it now.
Go inside.
Nothing else I can do about it. You still here, Bear?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just don't have anything to say.
I get it. I'm trying to pull something up, guys. Give me 1 second. God, I'm kind of pissed off right now too. I should have just went with what I felt. Tired of giving these people the benefit of the doubt and then being wrong. Is it the Jennifer Pike Buchanan page? No, that's a person. There it is. Sorry. My apologies. Yeah, I see it now. One second. Just trying to find any specific things here. Nothing has been absolutely confirmed yet, but people are monitoring. I guess it came over the scanner as well. Sorry, you guys. I agree with you, Eddie. I'm glad you expressed that because I fully and totally agreed with you. I think there was only a couple of people that disagreed, but it is what it is at this point. Yes, agreed, SRB. Well, we're gonna have to hold off and wait on that. I will not put the full deal story out there until we know for sure. But at this point, that's what this is saying, and then they're stating that it came across the scanner at that point too. I don't understand it. Hmm. 1 minute. Yeah, I see it, Tomboy. Thank you. This came from Jackson PD. That's what I saw too. Why? Why? I just saw them put Felicia into a trooper's Tahoe and head down the hill, cross downhill. This is insane. There's no excuse, right? I get how parents feel overwhelmed, believe me, but for the love of God, call someone, give them to the neighbors. Stay here. Take this child, please, until I can, call police. Call the police and say, I'm going to do something to this child if you don't come now. It's not that hard. And like I said, if this child was, she's had him since May. If he had mental issues, he was unhappy being there. He could have been rebelling and reacting, and you don't know. You don't do it. I get it, SRB. I mean, that's none of our faults. We're trying to give it the benefit of the doubt for the time being to see, instead of automatically doing what we do, because what we see is not going to happen again. Promise you. This is why. Yeah, take them anywhere. Take them to the damn nearest corner store and say, call the police and get them away from me. That's all you got to do. If it's that serious, do it. I don't either. But I mean, if you can't handle it, there's a reason. That makes you wonder what that child endangerment charge was from before now at this point. And once again, this is my opinion now, because her sister said she was cleared, but I'll be damned. But I feel like CSB may not have looked into everything, and they failed once again. Another child, in my opinion. There's many other people that child could have went to. Oh yeah, Sebastian's case hit me super hard. Yes, ma'am. I agree. Same thing I just read as well. You know, pushing forward, I do know what I'll be doing and thinking. Yes, I agree with that as well. So that guy, listen, this isn't Lana's fault, but the guest that Lana had today, in my opinion, was definitely biased. And he said that he had all the info on the case, but everything he got based on what he stated came from MSM. That's why he was talking the way he was. And he wasn't even right. He was calling Brian a incel and all sorts of other things. That's not Brian. So you're taking absolute nothing but what you got from MSM. So
She seemed pretty happy with at the end.
well, the blood stuff was really interesting. The stuff I saw, but everything else, I can't say.
I thought it was very interesting.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of people are saying the same thing. It was bad.
I didn't think it was bad.
Well, the way he was explaining things about Brian, I thought were off. Calling him
That's his opinion.
this, that, and this. That's right, but he's
And like she said at the end, she said, if you agreed with me and had the same opinions, this would be a boring conversation that we just
which
had
is
for almost
very
3 hours.
true. Yeah, very true. That's what I mean. It was just the way he came off talking about Brian. I guess that's maybe how anybody that looks at him that way thinks of him. Because he's a sick MF-er, blah, 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 blah. Well, we don't know all about those things, but you're taking what you got from the news, obviously, and that's why that makes sense to you. So be it. Maybe we think differently, of course, but the blood stuff he talked about really had me interested. That was kind of a really neat thing to me. I will say the one thing that bothered me, though, was truly bothered me was that's how I know he's a fan of Dexter's. What? You can't say something like that, Bo. I'm a fan of Dexter. I love Dexter. I'm not a killer. There's quite a few people I know. You shouldn't say it like that.
Yes, still.
You could say something like maybe, or I feel like he could be, but not that he knows that he's a fan of Dexter's. That's what I mean. That's a good question, Tomboy.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see something here. That's weird that if this is true, it's weird that she buried him next to his grandmother in the cemetery. That's an odd thing to do. It doesn't seem like there's...
Well, she's obviously not in her right mind.
Right. There's mental health there, in my opinion, issues. I've never heard of that. The fact that she buried him and then puts him next to the person that probably loved him the most. There's something else going on. She's definitely got severe mental health issues. Good Lord. I think that they have to verify that the body's there before they can actually put a report out, probably. Poor little guy. Wow. All right, well, while we're waiting on that, since this is such a sad moment, let me pull something up here that I was going to show you guys. when it'll be really sad when it is absolutely confirmed. But hold on.
This says that it was his great grandma, not his grandma. Interesting.
What'd you say, Bear?
This article says that it was his great grandma.
It could be, yeah.
It'd be like his mother.
My biggest issues were with the stepfather because of his past and the things he did. I wasn't even thinking about the mother, but at this point, one would think that would be the first. I mean, that's interesting, yes.
Otherwise, that would be his mother, father's parents. Yeah.
Say that one more time. My grandson just ran here through his screen.
I was just kind of thinking to myself, I was like, okay, great grandma, so it'd have to be his mom's or dad's
It's their mother.
parents.
It's on the mother's side because the mother's sisters, one of them lived there.
Yeah, but I was thinking it was his mom's mom, but it would have to be his mom's
mom. Is her grandma? Is the mom's grandmother, right?
Great grandmother. Yeah.
The mother's the grandmother, so it would be his great grandmother. Yes.
Yeah.
So we haven't done it in a little while, but there is a new. Oh, wait a minute! I saw it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I thought there was. Where the hell is it? Okay, hold on, folks. Well, I thought there was. Where did it go? I'll be damned. Maybe it's not. Okay. I thought Mocking Media had something new out. Well, yeah, we're at. I guess I'll run this. Welcome, Natalie. Good to see you, Nat. Okay. So I was wrong. Surprise. They haven't put anything out in a while. That's pretty wild. But I swear I saw something yesterday that said it was brand new. Unless that was an old tag when it was brand new, which would make sense. Did we see part 13? Mama Bear, do you remember that? Yeah.
So I don't remember what the last one was.
I think it was that one 4 months ago. That makes sense. All right. Well, let me check something here then. We're definitely going to need to laugh a little. So let's see if we can. And I'm trying to load it right now. Folks, give me just a minute. All right, let's check some of these out. Smile a little before we have to cry. There we go. And then I'll be back later on anyway. So that's, if that does finally come out, then I'll probably report it at that point. But let's check these out for now, folks.
Order? Can I get like an extra large pita and a medium?
So I'm guessing the girl in the back wanted to go home, and that wasn't going to happen at that point.
What is going on, guys? Today we are going to be taking a look at the absolute funniest clips on the internet, and we are going to be trying not to laugh. So stick around, guys, because you know the last ones are always the hardest. Get ready, because this is Top Things. In football, there is a thing called a silent threat, and this guy is totally that. She was about 1 second away from getting kicked out of the house forever.
Hey, little lady.
Oh my God.
Toodles.
Ready?
Masks on. Spin. Ready, set, go.
Here is a lady that was not going to take anything from this TikToker today.
Severely humbled by the fun house.
No matter how tiny it may be, when it's in the ocean, we all think it's a shark.
Benjamin, t'as une méduse. T'as une méduse. À droite, à droite.
I did too.
Hey guys. Ow. I didn't do it. No, like when I opened my mouth, it hurt. Oh, that's TJ, Lily. I think I have like, you know, the thing called like dog jaw.
Have you ever had that moment when
Thanks,
you
Mama Bear.
kind of smell the wrong flower?
Oh, they're so beautiful. That smells like ass. That's not my favorite.
Vivi, do you want some brownies? They're really good. So
Absolutely.
just want to make sure that you know that they're nice and good, ready to go. Flip it over. The next one's free. So really.
Perfect.
Really good.
If you are a brother, then you will agree with the actions of this brother.
What?
Okay, because if y'all leaving tomorrow, then we're playing today.
No, we're not going to leave till Wednesday.
All right. All right. See ya.
I fully understand why they never let idiots work with any company that involves bottles or cans.
Hey, look, watch this.
Whoa, wait.
Car was stopping.
But that's not about the car stopping. It's about
Drive like his mama.
When when there is too many dishes to do and you just need to eat your meal. Be like these guys.
Are you kidding me?
Today at work, this team just
2 minutes, but can I still place an order? Of course. What can I get for you? Can I get like an extra large pita and a medium?
This dad had absolutely no idea what was going on, but he was keen to participate no matter what.
Okay, we're gonna do a fit check with my dad and my current boyfriend.
What?
Fit check with my dad and my current boyfriend.
Wait, what? What do you mean current?
I'm the dad.
Wait, what do you mean current?
Hey, girl. Hey. Hey. You remember when you called me a sticky head? You remember that?
Well, that was just mean. That was just mean. All right, let me see. Hang on a minute here. It's not as easy to laugh with these thoughts in my head. Hang on, folks.
What is her first name? Mom.
Felicia Gross.
Is it Gross or CE?
I think it's Gross.
Oh.
Okay. Hold on a minute here. Here we go. As much as this pains me, I gotta do it. I don't know where we're gonna get it.
Sheila and I talked going up that hill when we went looking for Sebastian. We searched the cemetery down there that's joining the property, the big subdivision.
These two speaking with Jonathan are the channel Hatfield McCoy. They helped find the one guy that was they had a manhunt for. I can't think of his name right now, but anyway, that's who he's talking to right now.
We looked at a couple of graves because what better place to bury somebody than in a freshly dug grave with somebody else? The dirt's already broken up.
Yep.
Nobody thinks nothing. What are they going to do? Run a sonar?
They kind of thought the same way with Summer Wells too. You know, across the street where Summer Wells went missing.
Really?
East Creek area, there's a cemetery there. You know, and people speculated that, you know, put Summer Wells at a cemetery. She still has not been found either.
Sure. Wow. And we talk about that. And you know, another thing that we could tell, and we didn't want to say that on the video. You don't want to falsely. I had a saying when I was a police officer, I'd rather let a guilty party go as to ever charge an innocent person. If they're guilty, you'll get them again. But once you accuse somebody of something, it's this old saying, innocent till proven guilty. Once you're accused, you're guilty the rest of your life. Yeah. People don't forget that. It's going to go on. So,
all right, there it is. I can show that for sure. Where the hell did it go? But this is Samantha Bronte. Oh shit, wrong. Hold on, guys. Bear with me. I'm like a little bit shaky over here because I'm kind of upset. But 1 second. Where'd she go? Nope. Hold on. What the shit? It just disappeared. Hold on. This is the aunt that took him.
There's a little thing in the bottom that says, well, you covered it up now, but.
Sorry. I don't know what I'm doing. Here it is. Please pray for my family and I. Rest in peace, Jaden. So they know.
Yeah.
God damn it. God damn it. Like I said, I full-heartedly 1,001% agree with there it is right there. Yeah, you're right. With SRB on. Like I should have just went with what my gut was telling me, the red flags that we were looking at, and said, okay, this is what it is, until we find out differently. This is how it feels, you know, and there's nothing wrong with that. And from here forward, I promise you that is exactly what I'm going to be doing. And if people are upset by that, I don't know what to tell you, because that's how we have to look at things these days, sadly, because society has changed so much.
So we didn't want to accuse nobody or falsely accuse, and finding those clothing, we thought, well, maybe there's a chance he was going to run away.
Exactly.
But now that we look back, and we was telling him about our website, our YouTube channel, and about us finding Joseph Couch. He said he hadn't heard about that.
You guys were live when you found him.
Yeah, and he said he hadn't heard about it, and we told him, well, go watch the video, go watch the YouTube channel. And when we left there, we went to McDonald's, and we come back, and when we
This is Jonathan from JLR interviewing the Hatfield McCoy channel. And I believe they're speaking on it. That's the only thing I could find that was out right now. I refuse to watch Clutch My Perils. I'm sorry.
come back, they got in their vehicle and left. But I have a feeling during that time that they have watched. We want to think that way. We want to think that we had something between some of the questions we asked and between that first video that we made live on our way up there, where we're talking about Kentucky has the death penalty. And the death penalty gives police officers something to play with, to bargain with.
Leverage.
The barter. You want to make a deal, and there's two of you involved. Somebody's going to talk. You might want to be the one that takes the deal. So that's what
he also told him that if he was out there, we would find him.
We're
going to find that boy.
We told him we're going to find him. Good Lord's going to lead us, and we're going to find Jaden. And we talked about Canoe, and we talked about the cemetery. We talked about the mobile home where the grandmother, or where she lived. He said it was a.
So what the Facebook pages are saying, folks, is on Jaden Spicer's case that he was found deceased, buried in his grave, his grandmother's grave, that was still probably soft because she just passed in May, which makes sense. You don't have to dig real deep. And how
I started to send you that exact message a while ago, and then I didn't.
Yeah, it's okay. And from my understanding, they put Felicia into a police vehicle and took her, and she was taking them to the body. She admitted to killing him. Tomboy said that there was stated somewhere on the page we were following on this that they had found a gun buried around the property of the home. God damn it. This is the only thing about covering these kids' cases that really gets to me, but they have to be put out there.
Yep.
It's very sad, but from this day forward, I got to tell you guys, I will be, as will be, you know, some of my moderators and other people, it's going with what we feel. And there's nothing wrong with that. If you end up being wrong, then you're wrong. That's all there is. That's when you say, okay, I was wrong, moving on. But every case, I mean, okay, let me put it this way. Mama Bears, yeah, next to her, I think in the same grave, SRB. It's sickening. This woman is disgusting. like I said, they probably figured who's going to look there. You know what I mean? I wouldn't have thought of that, but it does make some sense. It's just, you can't be too mentally detached to be able to think of something like that. Yeah, I know, 300. So that's all I'm stating from this day forward. If you feel something and we feel something, I'm not going to deny it at this point just to protect other people's feelings. I can't. This is true crime. Okay, that's all I can say. We see this happening every Mama Bear, out of all these cases that we've covered with children involved. How many of them end up being that a parent was involved in what happened? Roughly, would you think?
8 out of 10.
Right. So at that point, 8 out of 10, that's the majority, folks. That's more than 50%. So at that point, that's why we think the way we do. That's why we look at this. That's why when we're looking at the Nova Scotia kids, I don't trust either one of those parents. I'm sorry. With this case, I had my feelings because we have a stepfather here who was accused of abusing a child and body slamming him. The mother has child endangerment charges. They're all red flags. So you have to look at these things. She wrote a fucking note instead of going on camera and pleading for people to find her child. That told a lot of us something, but you know, we're trying to do the right. No, I'm done with it. I'm done. Sorry. I'm really pissed off now. Because this is something that I felt a certain type of way. I was even talking to Brandy about it last night. She goes, it was probably one of the parents. No, we haven't joined we got to give them the benefit of the doubt. No, I'm not doing it anymore. Because you never know. Maybe if we put something out at some point in time and we bring it to somebody's attention, maybe it'll stop something. I'm not saying it would have with this, but you know what I mean? It's just too much. It's too much. Right. In the future, if the parents aren't making public pleas with the press, it is suspicious. Amen. It doesn't mean they're guilty, but it certainly does. It means they need to be looked into. Absolutely, Eddie. Thank you. Reports are being submitted that search and rescue are in the canoe area involving a possible recovery of the missing child. That's what I figured. That's why they took her there, so that she can pinpoint exactly where it is.
Mm-hmm.
So at this point, folks, I'm just going to have to say they've already talked about it, I think.
Sheila, it has been confirmed that through these two individuals found the body of Joseph Couch, London, Kentucky, Laurel
That was
County.
his
Remember the
name.
case of Joseph Couch, and they went out there and they were, searching for days, and then they found the body. And just in the last couple of days, you went out there to Jackson, Kentucky area to look for Jaden. You guys went out there. You guys went to the home. Sorry, I have to bring you on under bad circumstances.
Amen.
Yeah,
Yes, Darby.
well,
Amen.
At least he's not suffering.
At least he's not suffering. So it has, Fred and Sheila, it has been confirmed that through the family, Samantha Brunty, I guess she is the aunt of Jaden. Did you guys get to meet her? Samantha?
No, we didn't meet her.
No,
Okay.
we met his mother and his stepfather.
Okay. Yeah.
We don't need any more of that then. So there it is, folks. It's confirmed through the family. Jaden's aunt, Samantha, is the one that pleaded with everybody. I'm sure she was trying to do for her family. It's a struggle and a hard thing. Fred and Sheila are the Hatfield McCoy channel 300. They're the ones that found Joseph Couch, that guy that would escape. They were doing a manhunt for. They found him deceased in a wooded area. But anyway, yeah, I agree absolutely with everything SRB has said. And I feel like I let myself down. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying by that? I feel like I let myself down.
Tried to be positive and have confidence in the parents, and
my stomach was telling me the opposite, right? No, not anymore. Not anymore. Anyway, I guess we'll just have to do it the opposite direction from now on. And from here forward, I'll just be, if I see red flags, I'm going to call it for what it is until I'm told different. That's how I'm going to do it. It's really sad. Yeah. Like I said, it said that he had mental illness issues, that he had medication he was supposed to be taking. And he's been there since May 18th, I think is when she passed, is when they handed him off at some point to his mother, who had not had him nor raised him. The great grandmother did. She passed away. He goes back to the mother. And the aunt said in her Facebook post yesterday that I read that that CSB was involved the entire time, and that they did, they cleared the mother for him to go back, which they would have to do that. Hold on a minute. And
Go.
that was that. Hold on a minute. Sorry, my grandkid was screaming again. So at this point, we see all these creators that are putting this out, putting that out, putting this out. And I was even bitching about Dolly's, stating that he was dead, but he didn't know at that point. He shouldn't have done that then, but still. Here it is. Here it is. So from here on forward, folks, go with your gut. I'm going to tell you, go with your gut. That's the best way to do it. Yeah, he always does, Eddie. He always does. And some parents, I guess a lot of us don't want to believe that parents can do this in some senses, but
I don't see how a parent can do it.
Especially if it's true that there was a gun involved. How could you do that to a child that you carried for 9 months and gave birth? I mean, you may not have bonded with that child because you didn't raise them, but you still, as a mother, you bond with the child during the pregnancy, don't you?
Yeah, I did.
I mean, some mothers don't have. Well, look at Susan Smith. Some mothers don't have that emotional bond, I feel. But at the same time, Jesus Christ, just say I don't want him, or I can't handle him. But to do this is insane, you guys. One more child lost for no reason. No reason. I don't understand it. So once again, as a lot of us thought in the beginning, the mother's guilty. Allegedly a confession from the mother. I wonder what provoked that, unless they scared her to death. The mother had gotten a lawyer. Here, I'll give you this here, since I can play this stuff now, but hold on a minute. Typically, people only do that if there's guilt, in my opinion. You don't need a lawyer if your child's missing unless you feel like you've done something wrong. If you understood it, it would, yeah, good point, SRB, I agree.
Internet friends. So today I'm doing an update on Jaden Spicer. He has disappeared from his home last Wednesday. He went to bed at 9 o'clock Tuesday night. Wednesday morning was announced missing by his mother as she went to a neighbor's house to use their phone to call 911. Yeah, that's the word on the street. The neighbor had came forward, and we'll show that clip in just a moment, but supposedly she used his phone. I'm thinking they got rid of their phone so they couldn't be traced if they found Jaden unalive somewhere. Now, there has been a reward offered if whoever finds Jaden. It is up to $3,000 now. There's also word on the street that the parents have lawyered up, which is never a good thing. And we have heard that the Today Show has been there to maybe bring more awareness to Jaden's disappearance. That would be great if they do, because there's not much coverage of this. Now, the mom here, she has been in trouble a lot, and same with the stepdad. Look at this. So Good Morning America was there, like I said, Hopefully, they'll come out with something within the next day or so about Jaden's disappearance. Now, the next clips I'm about to show you will contain the reward now offered for Jaden. Whoever finds him gets the reward. Also, the senator, the state senate of Kentucky for that district, has been searching as well for Jaden. I'll show that clip and more. So stay tuned and please make sure to like, share, and subscribe for updates.
LEX 18's Lauren Miner spoke with neighbors about the search and what took place the morning the family called 911. It's tonight's big story at 6.
The search continues for 10-year-old Jaden Spicer. Kentucky State Police have focused their investigation around where Jaden's mother says she last saw him, in bed at home. We spoke with the neighbor who says Jaden's mother showed up to his front door last Wednesday around 9 a.m. saying that her son had gone missing.
And I went through the back door and I saw a lady was knocking my door. And she was crying and she said, "Can I use your phone?" And I said, "Yes." So I gave my phone to her and I dialed the number. And she talked to 911. And she said to them that my child is missing.
Troopers say Jaden recently moved in with his mom after his great-grandmother died.
She also explained to me that she went to bed with her husband around 9 o'clock, 9 or 9:30 p.m. Then they wake up in the morning and they went to a place that the kid was sleeping, and they found out the kid was not there.
The rugged terrain, thick brush, and nearby ponds and creeks have.
And I'll be honest, guys, I doubted it immediately when I heard that he was afraid of the dark. That was my biggest red flag. There's no way that kid walked out of that house in the middle of the night, scared to death of the dark, and bugs. You live in the worst part of the world to do that, okay? And like Mama Bear said, it's pitch black out there at night. There's no way. And that was my biggest question right there. And that's when I was thinking there's something's wrong. Somebody did something to this child. They took him. Here we are. So just a heads up on that feeling.
Made the search challenging, but Trooper Matt Gayhart says they have utilized every resource such as drones, sonar, canines, and crews searching the area on foot.
Came back on Saturday around 2 o'clock. I saw a man with a dog and searching the creek, and then he said to me that we have been searching in this area, the radius of 22 miles. And we have not found no kind of trace, nothing yet.
Troopers say Jaden was allegedly last seen wearing blue Sonic the Hedgehog PJs. They have extended their search beyond the 22-mile radius, hoping something or someone will lead them to Jaden. In Breathitt County, Lauren Miner, LEX 18 News.
Multiple agencies have been working around the clock in the search effort and are asking for anyone who may know Jaden's whereabouts to call Kentucky State Police directly. The number is on.
This is Jaden Spicer. His mother says she last saw him nearly a week ago in Breathitt County. Tonight, I spoke with a man in the community organizing a reward for whoever can find the 10-year-old. It's your big story at 11.
You may look and find nothing, but at the same time, you may look and find everything.
6 days of searching and no sign of 10-year-old Jaden Spicer. Jeff Turner of Jackson is calling on the community to help bring him home.
Search your surroundings. If you have property that's near where Jaden left, search, with everything in you, make sure that he's not on your property. If you have some property that you don't go to very often, now's the time to go to that property and just look.
Turner says he has a child around the same age as Jaden, and when he heard Jaden had gone missing, felt called to do what he could to help. He began by personally offering a $500 cash reward to anyone who could locate Jaden and bring him home. But shortly afterward, others banded together to donate, creating a GoFundMe that's raised more than $2,000. It's as search efforts in Breathitt County's harsh terrain are becoming desperate. Officials utilizing every resource like drones, sonar, canines, and crews searching the area on foot. Still no Jaden.
A young child can only survive so long in these conditions. I mean, it's really hot out today, if this child doesn't have water, how many days can he survive?
Investigators say Jaden was last seen wearing blue Sonic the Hedgehog pajamas. Turner says the missing child has shaken the community.
It's really it's hard to explain because this stuff doesn't happen in small communities like this. A missing child like this is something that you hear about from large cities and never somewhere small like Jackson, Kentucky.
It has been nearly a week and no one in the Panbowl Branch Road area of Breathitt County has seen Jaden Spicer.
No, it's tough for me because I have little ones. I mean,
State Senator Brandon Smith is one of several searching for the little boy missing in an area he represents.
Jaden.
Senator Smith sharing new videos with us of some of the places he spent Sunday searching for the little boy, looking through rundown and abandoned homes.
When you call into a house and you're calling this little boy's name, Jaden, and you're looking and you're not sure what you're going to find.
It is heartbreaking work looking through trash piles and hoping to find any clue, Senator Smith says, as to where Jaden might be. His search included dump sites off the beaten path.
I do think people need to see that so that they don't go back to those sites. I've already been through those garbage piles. I've flipped that stuff over. I've gone in those cellars and those empty houses.
Smith says for those thinking of joining the search, make sure you stay vigilant.
Listen, because it could just be a faint voice of somebody crying, I'm here. So be aware, be careful, don't get on people's property. Be sure that if you run into something of significance that you go to the proper authorities.
Smith praised the work of the Kentucky State Police and their efforts. He says he's not talked with Jaden's family, but wants them to know he will continue searching.
Jaden.
And he can't imagine what they're going through.
We're going to continue to search for this little guy and get him home.
Well, Jaden was last seen wearing a Sonic the Hedgehog pajamas. He's about 5 feet tall. Father Jim is offering a $1,500 reward for anyone who helps with his return. There is also a GoFundMe tonight that Jaden's aunt has started, raising money to add to the cash reward. $2,100 has already been raised there. If you know where Jaden is, you are asked to contact the number that you see there on your screen.
Good God. Still there's nothing in the what time is it? Yeah, there's nothing in the news yet. Let me see. One minute. Okay. Yeah, this is as of 3 minutes ago to verify. Samantha Bronte, his aunt that had basically had custody of him with the grandmother. Please pray for my family and I. Rest in peace, Jaden. And a lot of the comments are here telling you. I heard he was buried beside his grandmother. Please don't. Well, this is not. Yeah. Crime with Bobby was out. Put that out as well. I don't understand. This is so sad. This child could be living in the system. Yeah. If the job was correct. Agreed. If they did their job correct. So obviously the mother should be in custody as of now. They put her in the police vehicle that they said to go off and find him, probably just to verify it. But supposedly my understanding is she gave an admission of guilt and confessed to it. Shame on you. Shame on you. I don't even know what to say. You know, I feel like I'm surprised, but I'm not. I'm just not anymore. And it says multiple sources are now reporting that his body has been found. At this time, we're awaiting official confirmation and further details from the authorities. What county is this? You guys remember?
Said something about canoe something.
Is it
I don't know if that's
Canoe?
the town or
That's what I was confused on. I wonder if they have their own site. Hold on. Tomboy usually knows that stuff. Canoe County.
or Canoe, Kentucky.
Kentucky, yeah. Kentucky. Oh, it's Breathitt County. That's it. Thank you, guys. Good God, I'm so twisted right now. Breathitt. There it is. Breathitt County Sheriff's Office.
Hi, Michael.
I think that they have to. So the Breathitt County website shows just, I think, the same stuff we know already. 10-year-old Jaden Spicer's body has been found. More details will be released over time. My heart is broken, of course. Okay, so I've been told that Jaden Spicer's mother, Felicia, has confessed to killing him and is taking them to the location of his body. God damn. I can't process a parent being able to do this to their child. I just don't. And that's all that's out. Probably until 6. If they have it cleared quick enough, then they'll be able to put it on the 6 o'clock news. But why? Search has come to a heartbreaking end. His family confirmed Jaden was found Tuesday, August 12th, Breathitt County. However, at this time, Kentucky State Police have not officially confirmed Jaden's death or any arrests he had. Like I said, they probably have to confirm it's him. I'm sure that decomp is not too far gone as far as the period of time. So my prayers and thoughts are with his aunts and his family. That's all we can do, you guys. Good God. I just don't get it, you guys. I don't understand it. He's 5'1". Yeah, he's a cute kid. He really was. I don't understand this. These children, they're taking our children away one by one. That leaves no future for us, It's ridiculous. And I hope this. I don't know how Kentucky does things, but I hope this is tried as a capital case. I pray to God it is. That's about it, you guys. I can't even finish playing those. I just
need to go.
Yeah, I think we're done. If anybody in the mods want to jump into the mod chat for a few, I don't mind talking to you guys if we could. If you want to, you don't have to if you got other plans. So I'm just going to say, thank you, Mama Bear, for joining me. As always, I appreciate you very much. I'm sorry that it ended like this, you guys. At least we have an answer to it. And obviously he's in a better place than he would have been with that woman. I'll put it that way.
Yeah.
I
put out a little short video, like a minute long thing. And I said, fly high with your real mom.
Right. That's it. That's it right there. God. All right, SRB. Thank you guys again for joining us today. I appreciate you very much. I'm gonna try to be back in here tonight. I got to see what Caden wants to do, and we'll see if we definitely probably could use something like that tonight. Mama Bear told me to do it the other day, and I didn't listen to her. I should have listened to her.
Yep, you should have. You know better.
Of course. I never. You're right. All right, guys, don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. Please don't change a thing about yourselves. You guys are the beautiful people, and I will see you guys very soon. So like I said, I might be in here tonight for a music stream or something like that. I'm sorry that this is a very sad update. It's not what any of us wanted, but it does give us a little closure on what happened with this little guy. So thank you guys, and I'll see you very soon, folks. Have a great rest of your day.
Have a good night, guys, and I will see you soonish. I'm not sure. I think I work the next 4 days, so.
Well, that is doo-doo.
Yeah. But we'll see.
But it's been awesome having you here, though, while you're off. I appreciate it very much.
Yeah, it's been fun.
Yes, ma'am. I'll talk to you soon, too, dear.
Alrighty.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
Life's a journey. Let's make every moment shine. Together we share our hearts so intertwined. Each time you tune in, we're dancing in sync. With every story told, just let your soul think. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. Kick back, take a breath, leave your worries behind. This podcast is magic, a treasure you'll find. With every moment shared, we light up the way. Join us next time for more laughs and play. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. Kick back, take a breath, leave your worries behind. This podcast is magic, a treasure you'll find. With every moment shared, we light up the way. Join us next time for more laughs and play. So hit that subscribe, keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. So gather round, friends, it's time to reflect. In this joyful moment, what's next to connect? Let's cherish the laughter, the joy that we spread. Together we'll thrive until our hearts are fed. See you next time with stories anew. Can't wait to share more with all of you. So hit that subscribe, keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. So hit that subscribe, keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. So gather round, friends, it's time to reflect. In this joyful moment, what's next to connect? Let's cherish the laughter, the joy that we spread. Together we'll thrive until our hearts are fed. See you next time with stories anew. Can't wait to share more with all of you.